I've been here for 4 days and no one has been listening.
Until young people feel like they have a voice, a stake in our society, a chair at the table of power, they will continue to feel neglected.
Only 8.6% of the global economy is circular.
Rising sea levels, desertification. The need to act has never been clearer. There's still time to reduce emissions, so that a 3-degree world remains fiction.
In the next few decades, we need to do something unprecedented. Achieve a sustainable existence on Earth. But how do we do it?
Welcome to the 6th Annual Youth Forum Switzerland. My name is Esther Lischer, and I'm a grade 11 student here at the International School of Zug und Luzern, and it is my pleasure to officially launch YFS 2023 here today at IZL. First of all, I'd like to extend a special thank you to all of our guest speakers for taking the time and effort to be here with us today. Many of our guest speakers have traveled great distances to join us at the forum to provide us with the opportunity of connecting with them throughout the day. Guest speakers, I'd like to ask you all to please stand so that we may see who you are. Thank you for coming. It is truly a pleasure to be able to connect with so many inspiring people. I'd also like to extend a special welcome to all of our audience. For without your support and enthusiasm, this event would not be possible. The YFS team are thrilled to welcome over 850 students from 24 different international and Swiss schools to join us at the forum today. This event will also be live-streamed around the world. I'd like to take a second to recognize YFS and for what we stand for. Youth Forum Switzerland, by youth, for youth, represents an opportunity to enter into a dialogue with those who make change happen and to give a voice to those that are not always heard. It is also important to recognize what we have achieved here at YFS. This forum started with 3 students who had a wish and a dream to shape the world. Today, the YFS team is comprised of over 97 students working with a network of schools around the globe, and we have successfully connected thousands of students with global changemakers to shape the world of tomorrow. We have a fantastic day ahead of us with 9 sessions featuring 10 panel discussions, 20 student and speaker talks, as well as 15 interactive impact labs. All of these sessions have been curated around the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. New to YFS this year are 3 brand new student-led initiatives. Student Experience, a free space for networking, will provide a robotics lab, refreshments, and sustainable cultural crafting. Our very first YFS show debate will be taking place today. And this is also the launch of the YFS Arts Festival, a carefully curated collection. An Explore, Connect, Inspire session back here at the gym before the closing ceremony will provide everyone with 30 minutes to connect with students and speakers alike, as we understand that this is a very busy day. To kickstart today's sequence of events, I'd like to welcome Matteo Markel. Mateo is a grade 12 student here at IZL and a member of the YFS initiatives team. Mateo has worked tirelessly over the past 3 years to ensure that YFS and IZL can transition to a zero-waste, carbon-neutral organization. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Mateo to the stage.
And welcome, everyone. My name is Mateo Markel. I co-lead the YFS initiatives team, and I'm a senior here at ISL. Today, I have the honor of introducing you to this event and our keynote speaker this morning. However, before I do so, I would like to talk about the YFS story and how it intersects with your story. I sometimes find the purpose of our daily lives becomes clouded with repetitiveness. I don't know about you, but I sometimes feel like I'm working countless hours, like a hamster stuck in a wheel going around and getting to what feels like nowhere. What do we want our story, our legacy, to be? If we want to leave our lasting handprint on the world, we need to figure out how to get off that wheel and break the cycle now. The theme of this year's Youth Forum is Go Beyond. What does that mean, you might ask? I think a fitting response would be, whatever you make it mean. 6 years ago, in 2017, a group of students just like you attended the World Economic Forum in Davos. They went and returned and could have proceeded to move on with their everyday lives, but they didn't. Instead, choosing to go beyond. They decided that global dialogue was vital in solving the world's problems and initiated the very event that you are attending today. Look around you. The over 800 students, the interactive impact labs, and the amazing professionals present are the products of students who went beyond just thinking, beyond listening, beyond talking, and produced a tangible result. So I ask you now, from one student to another, how will you go beyond? If 7 hours from now, we leave and you proceed to forget about your time at YFS, we have failed. Thankfully, in my experience, this does not happen. In 2019, our students decided it was time to turn all of the dialogue into tangible action and founded the YFS initiatives team, a group of bright and dedicated students seeking to bring carbon neutrality and zero waste principles to our school. Can I ask the members of that team to please stand up? Today, following over 4 years of work, they are launching the Carbon Fund, a platform providing offsetting opportunities for our school community and hopefully inspiring a global student movement. This project was an accumulation of effort. But don't for one moment delude yourself. All actions, no matter how big or small, contribute to bring us together in a way that matters and makes real change. Like the World Economic Forum inspired YFS, and YFS in turn inspired the Sustainability Initiative. We hope that today will inspire you to go beyond what is expected, beyond what you think possible and what others think possible, and change the world. Our very own... Our very own keynote speaker this morning is the perfect example of someone who goes beyond, in a very literal sense. Jade Hameister is a 21-year-old student, polar explorer, and environmental advocate based in Melbourne, Australia. In January of 2018, at the humble age of 16, Jade became the youngest individual ever to complete the polar hat trick, a journey that involves skiing to the North Pole, crossing Greenland, and trekking a new route to the South Pole. Jade is passionate about the environment and playing her part in protecting it for future generations. She is unsurprisingly one of the most interesting people I've ever met. So during today's event, we invite you to explore everything available, connect with the amazing professionals and students coming from far and wide, and be inspired to go beyond. Thank you for listening, and please join me in welcoming Jade Hameister to the stage.
For having me, and thank you, Matteo, for that very enthusiastic and amazing introduction. So our species has been walking the earth for somewhere between 200 and 300,000 years. Human history has only been written down for the last 5,000 years. The modern comforts and conveniences that now dominate our daily lives have only been in use for around the last 100 years. Constant comfort is a radically new thing. Our ancestors were immersed in intense physical and mental stresses like hunger, exhaustion from sourcing food, carrying heavy loads, exposure to wild temperature swings, germs and predators, and they were always working very hard just to survive. Many of us don't have to deal with discomfort anymore, but we do have to deal with the side effects of our extreme comfort. We are detached from the things that make us feel happy and alive, like technology-free human connection, being in nature, effort and perseverance, and I feel this detachment is much worse in young people. But this is a unique audience. We are here at the Youth Forum Switzerland, a group of globally engaged students giving youth a voice in global issues. The key to maximising our positive impact on the many challenges facing our species and our planet is that we as young leaders have a willingness to take big calculated risks and embrace extreme discomfort. So in April 2016, at the age of 14, my team and I flew by military helicopter to be dropped off at our starting point on the floating Arctic sea ice to attempt an unsupported and unassisted expedition to the North Pole. I was surrounded by big, strong men who had vast experience on remote expeditions and even some in the elite military forces. Just before I boarded the helicopter, at the temporary Russian airbase on the floating Arctic sea ice, I tried peeing standing up with a pee funnel for the first time, and I failed miserably. My pants were then soaked in my own frozen pee. So as you can imagine, as I sat there in the helicopter in my pink suit and my wet pants, I was feeling a lot of fear and self-doubt. Once on the ice, however, I just got on with the job of putting one ski in front of the other. We had to navigate around or over compression zones, which is where the floating sea ice has collided to create ice rubble. And sometimes this ice rubble can become walls of ice that are meters high. We also had to find our way around open water leads, which is where the sea ice has split, and where we couldn't, we had to build a bridge with our sleds, and someone would swim across in an immersion suit, while the rest of us were pulled over on a raft made from our sleds. We also crossed polar bear tracks and would stay awake at night listening for them, not that we could sleep well anyway, as it was 24-hour daylight up there that time of year. And Dad and I were not skiers either. We only learnt to cross-country ski the year before on a 3-day trip to New Zealand. But we made it to the North Pole, and I learnt valuable lessons about polar travel and safety that would be critical in my next 2 expeditions. So in May 2017, at 15 years of age, we started our journey in Kangerlussuaq to attempt an unsupported, unassisted 550-kilometre crossing of Greenland. Things didn't go to plan on the Greenland expedition from the very start. The ice had retreated so far from the coast because of warm weather that we were forced to physically carry each of our sleds, weighing between 80 and 100 kilograms each, over rocky terrain to the closest ice, which was over 1 kilometre from our drop-off point. This consumed the entire first day of the expedition. Progress climbing up through the icefall was very slow and hard. It was like a maze. We were constantly finding dead ends and having to backtrack. At the end of day 2, after 11.5 hours of dragging our sleds, we'd only covered 6.5 kilometres, which meant 543.5 to go. At that pace, it would take us another 82 days to complete, and we were only carrying another 28 days worth of food and fuel. We encountered very warm conditions, which meant extensive ice melts, and we spent most of the time through the icefall in crampons, as it was the only way to get traction up the steep icy slopes while dragging our heavy sleds. The boots that Dad and I were wearing were rated to -100 degrees, which meant in the unusually warm conditions, our feet were stewing and we ended up with really bad blisters. But for the next 27 days with the heavy sled, we spent an average of 9 hours each day on the move, with daily distances around 25 kilometres once we made it out of the ice wall. Near the summit of the ice cap, at around 2,500 metres above sea level, where conditions should have been extremely cold, we got caught in a blizzard, and instead of howling snow, it was so warm we encountered pelting rain and were soaked wet. We were then trapped in our tents for 2 days as we sat out the storm and dried out our gear. Each day we would take turns out front of the team navigating using the sun, our shadow and the time of day with the compass as backup. I would set a compass bearing and then find a small, unusual ice form or shadow in the distance and walk towards that until I reached it, and then find another one, and so on. Our route was often determined by avoiding deep crevasses and intense struvii, which are wave-like ridges in the ice formed by wind. At around the middle of our Greenland expedition, we took a detour to explore Die 2, which is an abandoned US spy station from the Cold War. It was vacated in a hurry many years ago, and it's really creepy inside now. The kitchen is still full of the food they ate, the rooms remain furnished, and supplies are just left there as they were. The ice and snow has found its way inside in some areas, and there's no power, so it's really dark and very quiet. We crossed polar bear tracks again on this expedition, as we had near the North Pole, but this time the fresh tracks were of a mother and a cub 150 kilometres from the coast, which meant that far from the coast there was no food for the bear there except for us. So we were then on high alert for the remainder of the expedition. After a quick descent down the eastern slopes of Greenland, often using our sleds as toboggans, our expedition across the magical expanse of the second largest ice cap on the planet was now complete. This Greenland crossing had been a critical test for me in determining whether or not I was ready mentally and physically for what was planned next. An attempt to set a new route from the coast of Antarctica to the South Pole. So like North Pole and Greenland, we attempted this expedition on an unsupported and unassisted basis. Unsupported means without support from dogs, vehicles, or the wind, and unassisted means you receive no outside air assistance, such as drops of food and fuel to keep your sled lighter. My total sled weight at the start of the expedition was around 100 kilograms, and I weighed 65. Most adventurers who ski to the South Pole follow the traditional 1,000 kilometre route from Hercules Inlet, avoiding the mountains. However, we decided to ski from the coast of Antarctica with the goal of establishing a new route through the Transantarctic Mountains, as early explorers like Amundsen and Scott had done. So, on the 6th of December 2017, a small plane dropped my team and I off on the coast of Antarctica at a spot where no human being had ever set foot. Over the next 37 days, we dragged our 100-kilogram sleds on skis and crampons over a new route to the South Pole that had only ever been studied by aerial photograph. We were faced with lots of crevasses and complete isolation, carrying 40 days of food and fuel, which would hopefully give us enough time to cover the 605-kilometre distance, all uphill, from sea level onto the polar plateau. We encountered the worst weather on record for that time of year, with several days in which temperatures dropped to minus 50 degrees Celsius with wind chill. We were skiing for 9 to 12 hours a day and only took off our skis at lunch for a fast and very torturous attempt to eat wearing large mittens. Whilst the new route we established was shorter in distance, it was steeper and tracked through an icy and mountainous area where we needed to use crampons to move. The crevasses were not marked on a GPS like the traditional route, and we were forced to cover around 200 kilometres through waist-high sastrugi. It was true exploration and a real adventure, but as with any attempt to do something new or pioneering comes a bigger risk of failure. And the moment of truth for this new route, and the most likely point of failure, was the exit point from the Kansas Glacier up onto the Stanford Plateau. We reached this spot on day 8. It was a huge and intimidating steep slope that rose up to look like a frozen tsunami in front of us. Slowly, we started grinding our way up the hill in a long zigzag path, avoiding obvious crevasses. Anytime you stopped, the weight of the heavy sled wanted to drag you back down the mountain. There was no obvious place to rest, so we were forced to keep moving hour after hour. After reaching what appeared to be the top, we were met with the sight of another steep climb and then another, and it took us all day to climb our way up onto the fringe of the polar plateau. One of my biggest fears on the Greenland and South Pole expeditions was falling into a crevasse, which are huge cracks in the ice that look like black, bottomless frozen pits, and they're often hidden by thin crusts of snow that have sent many explorers to their death. Before the North Pole expedition at the age of 13, I went to New Zealand with Dad to learn polar travel and survival skills, and I was put in a crevasse and had to get myself out using small loops of rope called prussiks. It took me almost an hour, and I was in tears of fear the whole time, but I got out and I never wanted to have to do it for real. On the South Pole expedition, our Nat Geo cameraman, Ming, took his skis off at one point to get a particular shot, and within minutes, he'd fallen into a crevasse up to his armpits. Thankfully, he was okay and managed to scramble himself out, but it did put us all on edge. My first white Christmas fell during the middle of the expedition, and it was the toughest day of my life. First of all, it was tough being away from home. We allowed 15 minutes in the morning to celebrate and then got moving. 2 of my friends wrote me Christmas cards, which I got to carry, and one of them had even enclosed a picture of a Christmas roast. Instead, my lunch was 2-minute noodles and frozen cheese, which we ate under a bit of temporary cover for some extra luxury. We also had the worst weather on record this day, minus 50-degree temperatures and incredibly strong winds. But after 37 days, the 10th of January 2018, we finally arrived at the Amundsen Scott Station at the South Pole. And in doing so, my polar hat trick journey was now complete. As young leaders, we need to strive to be role models for courageous living. We all know that being brave is a habit. Giving in to fear, however, is also a habit, and it builds on itself in a negative way. Fear has been the dominant narrative recently, and we need to change that narrative to one of courage. We need to learn to thrive on challenge, adversity, tough times, and setbacks. Over the hundreds of thousands of years of evolution of our species, it was essential to do hard stuff all the time, to be challenged without safety nets, That's how we learned what our potential as humans was. In the last 100 years of human history, especially the last 50, it's suddenly possible to survive without ever really being challenged. Most people have no idea what exists at the edges of their potential. Something deep inside us gets triggered when we go out and we do really hard things, when we explore our edges. Doing really hard stuff shows you that you have this latent potential you didn't realize, and that you can go further than you ever believed. So let's lead by example by continuing to explore our edges. Don't retreat to safety. Our collective future depends on us as young leaders choosing to go beyond and courageously embrace challenges and discomfort despite fear. Thank you.
My name is Stefania Athanasiopoulos, and I'm a grade 11 student here at ISL. I'm also on the YFS Art Festival team. First, before I go any further, I would like to give a big thank you to Jade for sharing her incredible story with us and showing us the power youth can have in creating a positive change on our planet. Please join me in giving Jade a big round of applause. Draw your attention to some important logistical points about the forum today. Firstly, the sessions today will take place in 5 different venues. This gym, the theater in the main building, the arts factory, and then the Seeblick and Alpenblick buildings. The cafeteria for lunch is also located in the main building. When it comes to your sessions, we ask that you only attend the sessions that you have signed up for, as some venues have limited seating. Your session schedule can be found on the back of your badge, and they will be checked before you enter any venue. We also ask, when moving in between sessions, that you do your best to move quickly from session to session, and when possible, arrive at your session early. Doors will close after the designated start time, so we ask that you do not enter after that time has passed to ensure that there are no disturbances to the panels. Also, as per usual, when it comes to the panels, please remember to keep your phone switched off unless the session has specifically instructed otherwise. On that note, to make YFS more interactive this year, many of our sessions will be using Mentimeter to allow the audience to share thoughts and ask questions with the panelists. For those of you who are unfamiliar or who may want a refresher on Mentimeter, no need to worry. We'll conduct a quick 30-second demonstration now. So if I could ask everybody to get their phones out and head to menti.com. Once you are at menti.com, please enter the code that will be present soon on the screen and answer the question, which reads, is our generation ready to address the challenges facing the planet? I'll give you 30 seconds to do that. Okay, so I think everyone has the idea now. We're really looking forward to using Mentimeter to make our sessions today more interactive. All right, moving on. We also invite everybody to head over to the Seeblick buildings after you've had lunch to check out the art festival and the student experience activities that will be going on there. Furthermore, we also encourage everybody to interact with their sessions via social media by using the session hashtags that will be present in each venue. Lastly, in the very unlikely case of an emergency, we ask that everyone calmly makes their way over to the artificial pitch, which is located outside. So that is it for me. If you have any questions, please do not hesitate to ask a member of the YFS team or an IZL ambassador. Your next session starts at 9:45 a.m. Please do your best to be on time. Thank you and have a great day.
Use amongst teenagers has exploded in the past 2 decades. So have cases of depression, anxiety, and suicide. A recent New York Times article states that scientists are questioning how these two striking trends are related. Social media carries risks: peer influence, contagion, substance use, and addiction. However, it also has its benefits, offering support and connecting people in the world, and leading to creativity and skill mastery. So how and where do we draw a line? Hello, I'm Elise, and I'm a 12th grade student here at ISL and one of the lead student organizers for YFS. And I welcome you to this panel where we pose the question, can social media be saved? Joining me in the session, I have welcomed 3 amazing panelists, all from a field of expertise, to provoke some insightful conversation. First, Joseph Salis, global shaper and digital humanity researcher at the University of Chicago, where he focuses on the analysis of words and culture and their impact to spread misinformation and violence. Joseph is here to educate others on how to consume and monitor media. Welcome, Joseph. Next, Stephanie Herzog, middle school counselor here at ISL for the past 5 years and owner of a private coaching and consulting business. Herzog is experienced in supporting children and young adults with anxiety and amongst others, and supporting their social and emotional needs. And last but not least, Killian Fjellbach, featured in last year in Forbes 30 Under 30, and co-founder of app Zario, which is aimed to change the behavior of people surrounding technology. Through tools of artificial intelligence, psychology, and gamification, Zario encourages people to minimize their screen time. In the first 25 minutes of the session, we will allow our panelists to answer questions I've prepared and discuss them openly, allowing for the remaining time for you, the audience, to ask any questions you might have during this topic. If you'd like to ask any questions throughout the session, please send them to the following Mentimeter code shown above. So now I think we're ready to begin, and I want to start it off with you, Joseph. So can you please explain to us how do we define toxicity in media, and what it means to us, and how this impacts us as young media consumers?
Absolutely. Well, thank you so much for inviting me. It's a pleasure to be here. So I study word embeddings and semantics, and that's something that I'm very passionate about, because as an LGBTQ person and growing up in a country where homosexuality was illegal up until 1997, sometimes you go through these processes and the movement can happen, the change can happen, but then it takes decades for like the hate or the oppression to really vanish, if it ever does. So I think some of those things are captured in language, and they're captured in meaning. What's happening right now with social media and digital world is that we have all this semantic atmosphere that we're creating by the words that put it out there. And we have to be careful as to what kind of oppression that creates, because perhaps it could be more lasting than the ones that was before. So semantic toxicity is a term that I coined because using word embeddings, you can map out semantics in space. So for example, you can have, what I found in my research was that in certain media coverage, you will have the word homosexual here and the word person here. So very far semantically one from the other. And that tells you a lot, that in and of itself. So semantic toxicity invites us to think the meaning of our words. How do they sometimes, there are some that are more obvious, like insults, for example, but others just carry a lot of weight from the past and oppression. And yeah, it's an invitation to see, are we being participants in that oppression or not?
And how do we as students cope with that when we're online and we see these words? How do we try to kind of move away from these stereotypes that these words have? So
there's so many options. I think you can take obviously your language. That's why it's a sensitive topic, because you can do with your language what you want to do, right? But if you were to ask me, you always have to think that there's somebody listening. And if it helps, think about a group that you care about. Like for me, it's very clear it's LGBTQ community. So shame, hate, all of those meanings are very salient for me. But for you, it may be something else. It may be the environment, it may be racism. And think how your language is contributing to the meanings that probably has oppressed that historically. At the same time, if you want to take one step further, create and put things out there that reveal things that have been obscured. Because when you use the word toxicity, there's also an opportunity there. Just like we talk about the environment, right? We have the atmosphere and we talk about offsetting now. The same thing can happen in language. If you live in a toxic semantic atmosphere, just by doing things and putting things out there that counteract those effects, you can make a difference. So use a cultural object that, people don't know about, create essays, craft, art. The arts is very, very useful. But yeah, try to offset it as much as possible.
Thank you. I now want to move to Stephanie for a bit more of a student perspective. Stephanie, you have over 10 years of experience in counseling. How have students' issues and tendencies to come to you as a counselor changed over time?
Thanks, Elise. First, thanks for having me here as a member of the community. It's nice to also be on the stage as an ISNL member. I think it has changed in a variety of ways, and it's hard because I have smaller cohorts. And so I was really thinking about this question. I started my work in inner city St. Louis at a fully free and reduced lunch school, and then I moved into juvenile detention, child protection, and then overseas. I've been at a few schools overseas. And trying to think of how that changes, and what I really have thought about is actually how it changes by the culture. So which culture I was in. If I was in the United Arab Emirates, that culture was very different than here, versus when I was working in a juvenile detention center. And so thinking about how social media impacts that, but also mental health over time and what that culture tells them. What's the language around it? So kind of even going back to Joseph, of the language that community or culture uses sends a message. Is it okay for me to see a counselor? Is this acceptable for me to see a counselor? And one thing that social media has done is it's made us more aware. I think there's still a lot of stigma, but I think we have become a little bit more aware and can learn on our own. What is anxiety? What is depression? Wait, do I have that? And so then I find students often coming to me going, here's a list of things I read about ADHD. Do I have that? And it's interesting because it opens a dialogue and maybe breaks down some of that stigma. In terms of ISNL, when I first arrived, there was 3 counselors in the whole entire school, and now there's 7 of us. And so that change even sends a message of, we're here, we're available, and so I actually think students come a lot more now. And what we're seeing in terms of needs, every cohort is different. You mentioned contagion in your opening statement, and we see that of different things kind of catching. Since the pandemic, we see an increase in social anxiousness, and sometimes to the level of social anxiety and diagnosable, sometimes not, as well as eating disorders. We've seen across the world an increase in that. And I think a lot of that has to do with connection and belonging. And I think through this panel we'll end up talking about that importance of connection and belonging, and how being isolated because of the pandemic, but also social media can connect us, but also isolate us at times. And I think we've seen that help in so many ways, but also maybe increase some of our mental health needs in the world.
And you mentioned the stigma and this culture stigma. Would you say that also, especially parents of children, because they're maybe from an older generation and they didn't grow up with the same social media, that is why they aren't able to understand maybe their children's problems, and how does that play a role?
Yeah, I think it's changed. Interesting, the counselors were just talking the other day about this idea of validation, that's become really big. You see it in a lot of places, and how do we validate somebody's feelings? And we talk a lot about parenting and even the shift in that. And it's hard to stereotype because every family's different and cultures are different. So some families have always been really open, and still I have families that are like, what does it mean if they see you? Can they see you in private? Can they come, say they're going somewhere else and then come to your office? And we always, that's kind of exposure too, of like, how do we, yes, of course you can, because I want to support, but also over time, how do we make it more acceptable? And so that's a hard question to answer, because I think it has changed, but I think social media has brought more awareness. And so students are reaching out more and kind of questioning and wondering. And I often see students who say, my friend came and saw you or went and saw a counselor, and that really helped. So I'm wondering if it will help me. And I think that makes a difference too. It kind of has a knock-on effect. It becomes okay.
Yeah, so social media has definitely been able to help children reach out. But then there's also an extent to it, which I want to bring to you, Killian. Overuse of social media, and that is what you work with your app. How did you get into this field of entrepreneurship where you're focusing on people's needs and social media and how they're overusing it now as a tool of distraction almost?
So it started a few years back, actually. There was a big strike in Paris, and I didn't know my co-founder at the time, but we were both planning a trip to Paris, and as they do in France, a lot of the time is striking, so they were striking at the airport, the train station, and pretty much everywhere else. So the only option was to take a car sharing service. I don't know if many of you are probably familiar with like BlaBlaCar. So we found ourselves in the back seat of a BlaBlaCar, and most of the other passengers were just like scrolling on the phone endlessly for that 6-7 hour journey, whereas we like really hit it off. And we became really good friends for many years, and we came back to the topic of entrepreneurship. Both of us wanted to solve real concrete problems. We were working both in stereotypical consulting jobs, working long hours, but always for some big company wanting to increase their profit margins, and we wanted to do something that had a bigger impact. And then one day, my co-founder called me and he was like, hey, I had this crazy experience at work. I was, sitting in a Zoom call, and after the Zoom call with the client, my boss came back to me and she was like, hey, Andre, you're one of our best people in our team, but it's a complete no-go that you keep scrolling on Tinder while we're in client meetings. And he wasn't even aware of it. He had just like taken it out in front of his computer. He thought that nobody saw what he was doing, We might all be victim to this kind of behavior, and then he realized like, oh, actually he has a big problem. Like he's spending a lot of time doing this, distracting himself from it. And so we realized there was a prominent problem, and during COVID, like digital screen time increased by 130%. And so that was really the point where we were like, okay, technology is great, but it can also lead to problems. So what if we use technology and find a way that we can counter and change a behavior for something good? So that's kind of how we started out from the beginning.
And I mean, now a lot of social media platforms have built-in set time limits itself, where after time you get a notification, it's like, hey, this is, you've reached your limit. But I mean, if you're like me, you can also kind of press it away and continue on with your day, making it quite inefficient. So how does Dario offer more than just a little button that you can kind of just still ignore and continue using these platforms?
So yeah, there's a lot of apps that focus on restriction, so they go and like block everything and think that that's really the solution. What we saw from doing a lot of tests and asking people is that it's not so much about, like, everyone knows it's not good. It's similar to, I don't know, going and eating fast food every day. It's not good, but if you don't really know what the alternative is, there's no point of stopping. So for us, it was about coming up with something that would replace it. So not so much as stopping and cutting, because it didn't work for us. Us personally, even my co-founder, his brain always found a workaround. So he even went to the stage where you can set up your screen time and then block it with a password tied to an Apple account. So he would get his friend to set up his Apple account so that he would have to ask his friend, but he always found kind of a workaround. So we saw that what really worked for a lot of people was to sort of plan the alternative. What is it that I want to do instead of this? If I feel bad about spending X amount of time or opening it up this much, what is it that I really want to spend my time on instead? And that's what we decided to focus on. How can we help people, and how can we inspire people, and how can we create a place where people feel excited about doing something else, to create rather than consuming. So that's what we've been focusing on, and that's what we really believe is the key to it. But it's an ongoing journey, and you need to change and test a lot, so that's where we're at.
All right, thank you. And I want to open a question up to all three of you, but we can start with you, Joseph. Should social media be more monitored than it already is, and how do we draw this line of privacy that we have versus the platforms itself?
Well, there is right now a whole movement on digital activism that calls for platform accountability. So that's one of the things that a lot of activists are working on. There is some monitoring to what they post and what they do. In the end, this is something that, if you think about it, I mean, social media is like the new media, but then historically also there has been some accountability with the press, what used to be what disseminated ideas only. And so there is some sort of monitoring that needs to happen, for sure. I think especially if there's such an abundant reach. When it comes to privacy, I think that's always going to be like on us, I think, as the social movement, on pressing for the issues, but also making sure that they're accountable for the world that is being created. So I do think that the future of digital activism is going to be mainly focused on that, on monitoring social media platforms and these tech companies that have a lot of reach.
Ben, if you want to add anything to that?
Yeah, I'll add to it just on when we do parent workshops in particular, or even working with students around how to limit and kind of like Killian, there is a place, especially with younger kids, of I think social media is part of our world now, and we have to learn how to work with it. But sometimes I think we feel hopeless with it, and it's just like, oh, it's there, so how do I limit that? But kind of having those conversations and then finding what Killian kind of referred to, which is replacement behaviors. If you're out skiing, it's really hard to be on your cell phone because you're kind of going down a mountain. And so if you find those replacement behaviors, board game nights with the family, where there's some limits, that's actually opportunities to where you're not bored and seeking your phone and just kind of mindlessly scrolling through everything. And so I think it's a balance of, especially with younger kids, still providing limits while they're maybe not developmentally ready to take in all the information. And there's a lot of potential dangers online as well. There's positives, but also potential dangers. And if your brain's not fully developed, you can lead into some things that you think are really helpful. So for example, there was this site for a while where it would connect you with anybody in the world instantaneously, and kids like that. They're like, yeah, I get to connect with somebody different. I'm feeling really alone at school, I'm gonna join this. But it was the perfect site for sex offenders to join too, and to expose children to things. And so it's finding that balance and having those conversations, but not necessarily fully restricting, but finding those replacement behaviors where what activities are we involved in, how much time, what are the limits on the phone, or rules in our house around phone use? Are we allowed to go to bed and have our phone, and I'm sure many of us are guilty of this, and scroll for hours at night, and the next thing you know, 2 hours are gone, and you haven't slept, and so then that impacts sleep and distractibility. So I think it's limit, but also replacement.
Yeah, sure. I think of monitoring in like maybe multiple levels. Like you have maybe the first level where you see yourselves being acquainted with how much time do I spend on my phone. Actually, what we find in the research, we have a bunch of people doing research on the site, they see that the number of pickups, it's actually more indicative of addictive behavior, because every time you pick up your phone and you check something, you get distracted from what it is that you're doing. So if you're in class, or if you're like studying for an exam or something, and you pick up your phone, or even just seeing it visually or having a notification, distracts you from what you're doing. So this actually has longer implications. So I think like the first level is like, okay, understanding for yourself how your behavior is, and I think there's a lot of things and a lot of great tools out there, and even, you know, for yourself it's a good tool, but then you have like next levels of authority. Maybe like if you're in a workplace, I don't think it would be right for maybe my employer to, not that I'm self-employed, but if I was working somewhere, I wouldn't want my employer to look into what it is that I'm doing on social media. I think there should be some kind of privacy. But then even on the further level, you have governments and the monitoring that they're doing on social media platforms, which is like out of this world now. With what's going on, for instance, like if you look at the Chinese TikTok versus the European and American TikTok are completely different. They're even called different names, but it's the same company, ByteDance, that owns it. And so for the Chinese TikTok, they block it after a certain time. They show a lot of constructive, educational content that can help and basically bring their country to make their people smarter and more curious, whereas in the West, they're kind of trying to propagate content that maybe is not doing the same thing to get a competitive edge. So I think there's different levels of monitoring that is happening, and it's a tough balance. I'm not sure it's good at all the levels, so it's a complicated but yet interesting question that probably will be answered more as we move on. It's a very new topic, and a lot of things are changing every single day. So.
Thank you for that. I want to go back to you, Stephanie. I mean, nowadays you see babies on iPads and children having iPhones at the age of 5. Are there serious health implications that kind of block development as the brain is still so young, but using technologies at such a young age?
I think there's a lot of beginning research, and I still think it's pretty new, and there's how much and what kind of content. Some of the more recent research I've read is that actually even if it's learning content, it's not necessarily very helpful. I'm curious with as time goes on in social media, and technology is our life now, what we're comparing that to, and actually if those skills or what they're learning might be more useful for them in the future. And so I'm hesitant to make a judgment, and I think I've always tried to find a balanced view. I think there's pros and cons to everything. I have a young child. She does watch TV. She watches it on Saturday, 2 episodes that are 10 minutes long, or on long airplane rides, and that's it. And we're being quite conscious about that because trying to find that balance, and there's so many other ways for her to meet her educational needs and to be curious and explore and be outside and take music class. And so personally, and every family's different and your needs are different, and so I'd be very careful with judgment, but for us, we've said, actually we don't think this is what's best for her at this time. And even I have a niece and nephew that are 6 and 10, and I would probably limit them way more than they currently are, purely just because I can see the impacts of when you try to stop the video game and how big the reactions are. And I think also going back to Killian, even there's one, safety. If your kid is using an iPad and you're not monitoring it the whole time, they can get to those sites. A friend says something like, oh, I want to look that up, or I heard this word on TV and I don't know what it is, let me Google it. And what we know is Google is not filtered. And it very quickly, it's not just a magazine that comes home once a month. They can be exposed to pornography, to swearing, to unmonitored chat groups, and that can be really dangerous if there's no monitoring for a younger child. But it's also that distractibility piece and that addiction piece of the more that a kid kind of is like, I need my TV, I'm actually going, ooh, okay, we need to actually find other activities for you, because that's kind of scary to need something that intensely. It's like a drug. And so trying to find that balance of this is the world we live in, at the same time finding limits. And to some of the middle schoolers here, which is this campus I work on, and just kind of thinking to yourself, even as a middle school student, does this help me? Am I sleeping? Is it keeping me up at night? And then trying to find ways through apps or others, what steps can I take to not completely get rid of it, but one, to watch my language, how am I participating in media, like Joseph is talking about, but also how is this benefiting me? Is this making me a better person? Is it making my world a better, kinder place? Or am I just mindlessly scrolling and taking in curated messages that make me feel bad about myself? Because I think that's the other danger. Even if we're not talking about large dangers, is the danger of comparing yourself to others all the time and thinking you have less and feeling disconnected from others, and forgetting that everything on social media is curated. It is only what somebody wants to show you, even if it looks messy, even if it's like, look at my messy house. It's curated. They're only showing you what they want you to see. And as long as you can have that cognitive standpoint, you can process what you're seeing, but if you take that in as reality, it can become really dangerous, I think, for your mental health.
Okay, thank you so much. I think that is all the time we have for my questions. We will now take a 2-minute break for you to process the information that we just got. And this will give you the last opportunity to ask any final questions you have for the panelists on Mentimeter. Or in a second, we are going to be having 2 mics coming around where you can ask a direct question by raising your hand and being asked to state your name and school, followed by the brief question. Please do keep it brief, and I will do my best to get to as many as possible. questions from the audience. I would like to first start with a question we received on Mentimeter for Joseph. So it states, our students consume a lot of visual social media. How is research, linguistics, or otherwise interpreting and analyzing the impact of content on Snapchat, TikTok, YouTube, etc.?
That's a beautiful question and a great invitation also for everyone. I know that a lot of you will be going to college. If you can take a class on cinema and media studies, you will be mind blown with the research. There's a lot, but all obviously only limited to the amount of researchers that study it. A lot of it focuses on text. So moving image is a growing field of research. And obviously, depending on privacy things, you can always access the content that these platforms have. Sometimes you can access it anonymously. They will give it to you as a researcher, and they will do a secure transfer to whichever institution you're working with. But again, it will be limited based on whatever you're trying to find. So it's actually a great opportunity for us to get into the field and study more moving image. As you do it, I just wanted to point out some interesting things that you might want to consider exploring. Dominant narratives, the collective unconscious, and origin stories. Because the reason why we need to study these things is so that we don't replicate the same things that we did that were terrible, like the idea of success or the idea of fame, and these things of comparison. These were all, in a way, fueled, maybe not necessarily created, but fueled by its representation on media. And now, we might be doing the same thing. And as we move towards an AI world and everything else, you have to know that everything that you post, everything that you're using, if it's public at least, it's feeding a model. So now we have, in the session that we're doing afterwards, we're going to go into what the AI machine sees. But if we have models that are fed on incomplete data or biased data, then we're going to have incomplete results or biased results. So,
thank you.
Yeah.
I would now ask if you have a question to raise your hand, and we will have a mic coming toward you. Yes?
Hi, I'm Aurelia, and I'm from Florimont in Geneva. I wanted to ask that with there being almost a new social media platform popping up every day, do you feel like this is going to make us more disconnected with more platforms, or more connected as we tend to come towards one? The example I wanted to take was Be Real. I think it's one of the first social media platforms that have no profit. They don't sell any data whatsoever.
Yeah, I'm happy to answer that one. I think it's the second hypothesis. For me, having more and more social media platforms popping up actually overcrowds the landscape, and people understand that, okay, they want my attention, these guys want my attention, and then it scatters the whole market or the whole world in different ways. And I think people are being more aware of it, and that's why you see more social media platforms like Be Real that wants to be real, or people moving to dumb phones essentially, or going into these simple phones. So there's a growing movement, and as more of these platforms are trying to copy and do the same things, people are actually becoming more and more deterred to it. So I think a good saying is when everyone's going to the right, maybe you should look to the left, especially when the data points to it. So I think people are becoming more aware, and we're living in the time where we're more and more critical to these upcoming platforms.
Thank you for the question. Thank you, Killian, for that great answer. Is there anyone else? Yes, in the back there.
I just wanted to ask how ethical you believe that monitoring digitally is, and what it really means for social media to be saved.
I will say, as a researcher, I will tell you that we need to study ourselves. I don't think we don't necessarily have to have a camera following around, but we are responsible for a society that we're creating. So I'm more towards the fact of that, yes, some information should be available to be studied. Not everything, and there should be a little bit more of there's this movement right now called media literacy. So we know how to engage and how to participate in media. But we should also, or at least I try to participate in things that they could use my data, they could evaluate. I evaluate my own, query my own language and see what semantic world I'm creating. So there's a thin line, and I think probably my colleagues will have different opinions, but that's where I lean towards, that the study of ourselves is probably a positive thing with boundaries.
I think I could build on that. I would agree with Joseph, like even if I think of schools, and this is a tricky question because I go back and forth too. Sometimes I'm like, I wish somebody could just take a stand and monitor this and limit language use and not allow certain things to happen, but at the same time, I don't think that means that it goes away. It just will go to a different platform. It will just move. And so I actually feel it's at home and in school and with our own friend groups being able to stand up and say, oh, that language you just used actually, I don't know, why did you say that? Where did that come from? Because I think that creates real change, whereas just limiting and monitoring, while there's times that I really want it for some of our younger kids, I also don't think in the long term it's actually going to help. I think we have to decide, and I think it's harder when you're younger too, that actually, and you've seen some of it with cancel culture and or others with belonging and trying to create understanding of why do we say the things we do? What is the semantics? Why do we feel we need to say that? Does that make us feel like we belong more? But deep down, as the counselor, I can tell you it usually doesn't. It just means everyone is coming to talk to a counselor on both sides going, I said this thing and that was really harmful, but I felt I had to fit in. And then the other person that was harmed by it feeling, oh, somebody said this and it really hurt, but I laughed with it because I didn't want them to know it hurt. And so you kind of have that side of things, the language, but then actual social media too. I am seeing more and more youth come to me and go, I read somewhere that this is really bad for me and I think it might be impacting my sleep, like me using social media. What do I do? And so then we can start to have that conversation. So I do think, going back to Killian's answer and Joseph's, awareness is coming, and I think you're starting to see certain movements. And while I think monitoring, especially of kids, like parents on kids, is important, I also think as a society, as a culture, we need to set some standards of what is acceptable and what's not acceptable.
Thank you. Okay, the girl I think in the back was holding her hand up for a bit. Yes, yeah.
What are some of the more...
oh, sorry, the one in the back there, yeah. Can you raise your hand really quick? Yeah.
Sorry, I'm Ellie. I'm from the International School of Basel, and earlier you guys were talking about using social media as a force for good and a force for activism. But how can we use social media as a force for change if the algorithm essentially validates our opinions and gives us what we agree with and what we're looking for?
Great question. Who would want to start with this one?
I can jump in. That's a great question. We can start a new social media platform. I've been thinking about that. Independent journalism is changing a lot, and I think to the extent that you can support independent journalism, that can also, to an extent, we can also train the algorithm, right? There's something that it picks up on based on our behavior that can slightly, at least, modify it. In Ecuador, for example, in the last, I was born in Ecuador, and in the last 5 years, there's been about 5 to 7 new different types of independent journalisms, huge audiences, sometimes matching the dominant news channels, and they're usually women-led or indigenous groups-led, and they obviously cover stories that pertain to those groups that are often ignored. And their audience is shifting. We also have to have some faith in ourselves, right? So I think I was very glad to see their success stories, because once you put that type of content that resonates and people, and it is good journalism, it's not just opinion and whatnot, but it covers stories that have been obscured, then the audience shifts towards that, and that can eventually also inform what's being shown to other people. So I would say that's one avenue. Of course, it's not the whole thing. Platform accountability is another one. To an extent, at least, some groups. In my previous life, I used to be in corporate advertising and digital communications, and the algorithms are obviously intellectual property and they're secret. So you can't always access it, but I think to an extent in the future, some part of government or monitoring agency should have at least some access as to what they do and how they do it, because it can be just completely blind So that would be another one that could be a potential avenue for change.
Thank you. Yes?
Yeah, I just wanted to ask, like in this panel we've talked a lot about the consumption of media, but what are your views on like making media or like forming your own brand, or maybe consuming it to actually learn things that you can implement, you know, arming yourself with knowledge maybe, so that you can, you know, become famous or rich or whatever you want to do, you know, whatever your goal is. So what are your views on that, like putting things out and making your own brand?
I'm happy to take that one. I think it's a question about time, essentially. Like, it's the most important resource that we have. I'm not you know, I use social media. I don't think there's anything bad. Just like I like, you know, to go and eat a burger or some unhealthy food from time to time. And I think using it for what it's meant to be, to create content, is good for me personally. It also helps me. We advertise on all the platforms to benefit ourselves. But I think you should look at kind of like, what is the goal by it? Is the goal just to like become famous and rich, and then like dig deeper into that? Why is it that you want to be famous and rich? Ultimately, it comes to a question of freedom. People want more money and more fame because it will give them more freedom to make more decisions. But already, you guys have something that's more valuable than most in the world, and that's time. Like, that's the only thing you can never get back. And every time that you decide to spend time and like consume media, that's time that you've lost that you could be doing something like planning an expedition to like Antarctica, like Jade, or, you know, like writing a book. Like, it's just about how you choose every single day, like how much time you're going to be spending on different things. So it's ultimately like figure out what your goal is. If your goal is, okay, I want to be famous and rich, then yeah, for all matter, do that. But then there's so many things that you can do as well, just depending on what your goal is. So figure out a goal, have a bucket list, and then spend a little bit every single day to get further to that goal. So that's my 2 cents on that.
I would add on that too, I work in a school, and there's popularity, which I think in some ways is similar to wanting to be famous. And I like Killian's point of like, why do you want to be famous, and what do you want to be famous for? You want to be famous for posting 100 videos about, I ate this, I ate that, I said this, I said that, or is it about, at ISNL, part of our mission statement is making the world a kinder, better place, or at least our corner of it. And I just think, I don't want to be famous because of how I look or because of putting others down. I want to be famous for being an entrepreneur, coming up with something that makes real change. And so I think that goes back to kind of being conscious in how we use media too. Are we using it to put down others, to bully, to put ourselves down and beat ourselves up, or is it to really make a change in the world that's positive? And I don't know, personally, I would want to leave that kind of mark and not just be famous in this.
Yeah, I would say, well, do it. I'm a big supporter of personal brands and personal branding, but as you do it, I think you have to keep in mind, or at least I would suggest, your offer to the world. What is it that I'm offering? The intention that have been expressed, I think, is very important. Why am I doing it? But if you're doing it, what's your offer to the world? Is it your art? Is it your lived experience? Especially, I'm a big, I love this, people that they give their voice or their platform to other people, especially family members. Because that exploration is extremely, if you think of the collective unconscious, we have a lot of dominant narratives that have been obscured. So when we go out and we start asking our family members what they've gone through, usually there's a lot of valuable content that is worth sharing, in my opinion. 2, I would say, think of it as responsibly. So you are participating in the construction of semantic world. So how am I using it? And then authenticity. Am I being truly myself, or am I replicating somebody else's story? And if you find yourself replicating somebody else's story, I would say that's a good indicator of stopping perhaps for a second and do some inner work first. And they say, okay, now I feel like this, whatever this thing is that's inside me, is speaking from its true self.
Thank you. So sadly, this is all the time we have today, as the session is now coming to an end. I would like to thank you, the audience, for your participation and your great questions, as well as the panelists for sharing their experiences and insights into this very important topic. Thank you. Please feel free to share your YFS experience today on Instagram using the hashtag YFS2023 or hashtag #CanSocialMediaBeSafe. I would like you all to now start making your transition to session 3, which starts at 10:45. If you do have any other questions for any of the panelists, you're free to make your way to the stage, but be mindful of the time and to get to your next session. Thank you and have a great day. everyone, and welcome to our third session of the day about power of women. My name is Lila Pillis, and I'm an 11th grade student here at ISNL. Before we begin, I would like to take a quick moment to explain to you what the next 45 minutes will look like. We are very privileged to be hearing from 3 guest speakers about their expertise and experiences. They will each be delivering a TED-style talk, and may any of you have any questions at the end? I will ask you to come up directly and ask them to them. So, without further ado, let's get started with our first speaker, Eleanor Polly. Eleanor Polly is a PhD student at the University of Cambridge. She's an analog astronaut leading CHASM, Community on Analog Space Missions. She's also an avid engineer, athlete, musician, and public speaker, who has funded multiple projects on sustainability, eco-fashion, and climate clock project. Please welcome Eleanor.
You can see the slide and you can hear me, that's fantastic. I hope you're having a great time so far. It's an honor to be here. And I've already been introduced, and yeah, that's true. The way I usually introduce myself is I'm a PhD student at the University of Cambridge in material science and engineering. I'm an engineer, I'm an analog astronaut, athlete, yada, yada, yada. One way I don't usually introduce myself as is I don't say I'm a woman. I am a woman, but I don't put it in the description. And the reason for this is when I look at mentors, I don't think about their gender, I don't think about their race, I don't think about their sexual orientation. I admire them because of what they do. I admire them because of what they've put as work. For me, I don't want to admire Marie Curie more than Albert Einstein. For me, I'm this. I'm this person in this spacesuit. I was a commander for a mission. In this, I'm gender neutral. I don't have a race. I don't have anything. I am me. I am me. I am the activities I do. And I really didn't understand this mentoring thing. Why do you need to look up to somebody who's the same race or gender as you to admire them or to feel inspired? It's always been strange to me. And then a few months back, I was giving a talk, dressed again in a very nice suit, for a mentoring program for girls in high school who might want to do STEM. So they want to do technology engineering, they want to pair up with people, and I was telling them that, you know, I was the weird one who liked math and airplanes as a kid, and I didn't mind that people thought it was maybe not feminine enough or different. So to me, it was important that I knew what I loved. I have the amazing luck of loving what I do, of knowing what I want to do. I want to be an astronaut, and that was a gift enough. And after giving that talk, I had lunch with 2 psychologists. One must have been in her 40s, and the other one in her 20s, 23, 24 years old, a few years younger than me. And I asked her, so how's psychology? Do you enjoy it? How did you pick that? And her answer broke my heart. She said, I picked psychology because I never met somebody like you before. What do you mean? She's like, I wished I had met somebody like you who loved what they did, regardless of what society thought or what the norms were. I'm not breaking massive stereotypes, but still every day as an engineer, as a female engineer, you feel the heat. Loving maths, loving being a bit different can be difficult. And she didn't have physical restraints. But the fact that she didn't have someone that was different, somebody that liked her, somebody who was okay to be different and go for that dream regardless of what people thought, meant that she didn't pick up something that she liked. She still liked psychology, but she actually wished that she had done something else. And that's the first step where I realized, okay, now I'm starting to get it. Why we need representation, why we need female role models. Not only for women, but for men too. You need to educate everyone until we get to this ideal world of mine, where we all just in spacesuits, we're just doing our jobs. I don't know, I realized another thing. Maybe I have been lying to myself because this has been my screensaver for the past year. I don't know if you guys are into science fiction, I'm a big, big nerd, but on the left-hand side you've got Ellen Ripley from the Alien franchise, and she's a very strong, very smart woman, so intelligent that nobody listens to her, and they will die except her. So that's my motto, you know, be smart, don't listen to the others, and do what you have to do. And on the right-hand side, you've got Sarah Connor from Terminator, also a very strong woman, very smart, nobody listens to her, and they try to die until she saves the day, right? So maybe, in my subconscious, I was looking for mentors. Maybe my whole life, actually, I was looking up to these people. I was just hoping it wasn't gender-based or anything. And this is what I wish for us, and what I wish for all of you, that we could be gender neutral. For example, in the concept of activities and people that we, admire. So, how do you empower yourself? How do you get past this, and how do you go for your dream? Well, one of the things I like to do, and one thing that we mentioned, is I'm into analog space mission. I lead a community on analog space missions, and I do this for fun and training. So on left-hand side it was 3 years ago, on right-hand side it was 2 days ago. Basically, it's extreme environment training. We're preparing for space. We're preparing for basically teamwork, being in discomfort, and pushing our boundaries. What are analog space missions? Right now, we are aiming to go back to the moon, as you probably all know, and we're trying to go to Mars. The difference between going to the International Space Station, the moon, and Mars is mainly the time. So going to the ISS, a few hours to about a day. Going to the moon, a few days. Going to Mars, 67 months. Going there, 2 months until you realign the planets, and then another 6-7 months to go back. So the way we're going to think about things is different. And coming back from the ISS or the moon, again, a few days. Going back to Mars, if you have problems, it's not the same way at all. In the ISS, there's an abort system, there's a way of coming back. Mars, you can't change your mind. So the psychology is completely different. The things we have to prepare for are completely different, such as habitat. So this, hopefully I'll be there this summer, is in the Arctic. It's a base called FMARS, which is from the Mars Society. It's basically one of those habitats where we replicate those environments, and we test teams, we test life support systems, spacesuits. Some of them are pretty cool, some a bit less. You could see before was wearing another spacesuit, it's a bit less elaborate, for example. And we test all these habitats, and we test ourselves and push ourselves. And one of the wonderful things that come out of it is the amount of confidence you get from this, from doing mistakes. One cool thing that I'm still going to show you too is this is a lava tube. When you do analog space missions, sometimes you do them in lava tube. This one is in Iceland from the Chill Ice mission from 2021. Lava tubes will be used on Mars and Moon because they protect you from radiation that we normally don't have as much on Earth, but on the Moon and Mars we don't have a magnetic field that actually protects us from this radiation. So lava tubes are natural formations that we can use for this. My point is, analog space missions have been one of the turning points in my life to become who I am today, and hopefully who I will be tomorrow, hopefully in space. Not tomorrow, maybe in a few years, we'll see. But in general, with analog space mission, you have to spend your time, your comfort. I mean, I've got blisters from my training last week, which is fine, cramps, a bit cold. These are the kind of sacrifices you do for humankind, for science. With analog space mission, we think of sustainability, we think technology, we think psychological development. It's one of those wonderful things where you empower yourself by learning how to become somebody better and for the greater good. An astronaut usually is the ultimate form of guinea pig, where you give blood samples and muscle samples and you breathe, and you might die on a rocket, you might die in space. But in the end, the technology that we get out of it is absolutely incredible. However, not everyone can be an astronaut, mainly for medical reasons. So this is one of the big solutions to that. So my recommendation is, first thing, if you have a dream, go for it, regardless of your background. Empower others, teach others, and do an analog space mission. Have a lovely day, thank you.
Thank you, Eleanor, that was really interesting. Next up we have Janet Fan. Janet Fan is the founder and executive director of Thriving Elements, a non-profit organization. She's currently working as Senior Technical Product Manager for Amazon's Project Kuiper. And in May of 2022, she wrote her own book, Boldly You. It's a story about discovering what you're capable of when you show up for yourself. A memoir, a self-help book, looking at hardships and sharing life lessons through the lens of resilience and strength. Please welcome Janet Pham.
Good morning. All right. Well, I'm glad Eleanor talked about mentoring and empowering others, and I was here last year virtually, so thanks for having me. And thank you for all of the students and the faculty for putting this on together. So let's give them a round of applause. So you're here to learn about the power of women. You're also here because you either are making an impact or you want to make an impact. When I think about power of women, I think about empowering others. But before we can empower others, we need to first empower ourselves. We need to discover what we are capable of so we can show up for ourselves. You need to be boldly you. And that's why I'm here to share with you some thriving elements that I've discovered for myself. And I want to share with you about how you can become boldly you through those thriving elements. My name is Janet Pham, and I focus on two areas. The first one, bridging the gender disparity in STEM fields. Just like Eleanor mentioned, 28% of the population of STEM workforce is female. So I do that through my nonprofit that I started in 2016 called Thriving Elements, a one-on-one mentoring program for girls. My second focus area is making sure that we bridge the digital divide. 37% of the population does not have access to the internet. Think about it. It is such a privilege for us to know that we're going to go do a Google search and it's going to show up almost instantly. But 37% of the population does not have that privilege. So I do that through my work with Amazon Kuiper. We are working to build low Earth orbit satellites so that we can get a constellation of them and get internet connectivity to unserved areas. And how did I achieve to get to figuring out these focus areas? Well, just to tell you a little bit about myself. My parents are refugees from Vietnam. So it's very difficult for them to navigate me through the American education system and the professional system. So there were tussles between my parents and I, where it led me to pack up 2 garbage bags full of clothes and live out in my car for a period of time while I was in high school. I needed to find ways to pay for gas, for food, where I was staying. So I worked at KFC, not one, but at 2 different KFCs. And I did this for 7.5 years, while also going to university. And then today, like I just shared with you, I get the privilege of having a nonprofit to bridge the gender disparity in STEM fields and to be able to work to bridge the digital divide. Have had the opportunity to travel to many countries and work with so many different cultures around the world. And along the way, I was able to be inspired and get encouraged to write a book. And part of it was through my mentors here, how I got here. These are my mentors. And that's why it's so important. So the message that Eleanor is sharing with you is a message that I'm also sharing with you. So that book, after I had finished writing it, it was really to share the story, a longer version of what I just shared with you. And then I was encouraged to share what are those consistent things that you've done along your way. What did you do when you were in high school, volunteering, leading talent shows, fundraising, working at KFC, getting a degree in information systems? What were those elements that you were working on, that you were thinking through, that got you there? And these were the 5 thriving elements for me. To be open-minded, be situationally aware, to show up for yourself, build your confidence, be biased for action. So I've shared with you my 2 focuses. Why are you here? Not only at the forum, but why are you here at the Power of Women? What are you hoping to learn? And this is the question that I always ask myself before I went to meet up with friends, before I went to a party, went to a conference. I always make sure that I wanted to get something out of it. And be intentional. So it's important about finding your purpose. And there's going to be a session later about finding your purpose, so I hope you're able to attend that session. So these 5 thriving elements is what I'm going to share with you today and talk a little bit more about what they mean. So the first one, show up for yourself. Believing in yourself and having the courage to act on those beliefs. Next one, to build your confidence. There are many strengths that we have and many weaknesses, but focus on just 1 or 2 of them right now. How can you strengthen that strength that you have? And how can you develop your weakness? Those 1 or 2, because you need to start somewhere. Be open-minded. It's very basic. None of these are rocket science, thriving elements, all right? Be open-minded. How often do you find yourself talking with someone who's sharing with you a view that is not similar to yours? What's your initial reaction? To speak? To start thinking about what you're going to say to them? How about you just take a step back to really listen to their views? My partner is actually here. He's sitting somewhere back there. Him and I don't agree on some subjects. I still practice this quite a bit, and there are still some things I don't agree with him. We agree to disagree, and we respect each other's views. So how can you exercise this throughout the day when you're meeting others? Being situationally aware. This one is probably a little bit more complex than the others. Being situationally aware is, how do you feel when you're around the people that you're around? In your groups of friends, volunteering. How often do you take to reflect on, is this time that I'm here with these friends or just these people? Is it toxic? Is it serving me? How often have you found yourself in a situation, in a meeting, around a group of people that you really didn't like? It's okay to remove yourself from that situation because your time is important. You can use that time to go do other things, to go make the impact that you want to make, to go think about what kind of impact you want to make. We only have 24 hours in a day, and hopefully part of it's sleeping. But your time is valuable, and you have to be selfish sometimes with your time. Be biased for action. It's just that. Are you somebody who do what you say you're going to do? There are so many people that I've come across who say, I want to do this, I have goals to do that. Oh, it would be great if I had this idea and we did this, and these grand ideas that they continue to talk and talk and talk about. But actually doing it is another thing. Doing it is so hard. You've heard it from Jade earlier. Because it's uncomfortable. You don't know how to start this impact you want to do. What if you fail? What if you told all these people that you were going to do this, and then you failed along the way? I think that's a win, because you at least tried it. And you tried what doesn't work. So now you have to go back and figure out another step. Reach out to a mentor, find a mentor, but just start by doing it. So, here we are, power of women. I've shared with you these 5 thriving elements. Show up for yourself, build your confidence, be open-minded, be situationally aware, be biased for action. If you consistently work and practice these elements, then it can help you empower yourself. And then it can help you empower those around you. Not just women, but men as well. And then together, we can go beyond. Thank you.
Thank you, Janet, for that inspiring story. I found it very interesting how you went from living in your car to being where you are today. Following that story, we have Julie Kim. Julie Kim is president of Takeda's U.S. Business Unit, U.S. country head, and a member of the board of directors of Croda International. With nearly 30 years of experience in healthcare, she made it on the 2022 Pharma Voice 100 list. And in 2020, she made it on the list of fiercest women in life science. As well as this, she was an important factor in bringing together the plasma companies to form the COVID-19 Plasma Alliance. So please welcome Julie Kim.
Hello, good morning everyone. Thank you to Shruti and the speaker team for inviting me to be here. It's really a pleasure to be here with you today. So not all of you may be familiar with Takeda, so I thought I would just give you a little bit on who we are so that you understand where Takeda is in the scheme of things in the pharma industry. So we're one of the largest global biopharmaceutical companies. We have roughly $30 billion US in sales, and we're focused on creating better health for people and a brighter future for the world. As you heard from Lilu, I'm responsible for the US business, which is roughly half of the company's total portfolio, and we have about 20,000 of our 55,000 employees based in the US. And when I look across this audience, I'm really encouraged by what I see. Next week I'm going to be attending the World Economic Forum, and I'm really excited to be engaging on topics like gender equality and parity and equity across the globe. And so today I want to share with you a little bit about the power of women from my perspective. You heard great things from Eleanor and Janet earlier, and so hopefully this will just give you a little bit more to think about, whether you're a woman or a man or non-binary. So I'd like to start by talking about 3 women that I admire: Coco Chanel, Ruth Bader Ginsburg, and Serena Williams. 3 very different individuals with very different experiences and who have so many life achievements There have been books and movies made about them, and quite honestly, each one of them could take their own 12-minute talk. So let me just share with you a few things that I found in common with them, and that I think is helpful when you think about individual power. First is that they followed their passion. Second, they had to overcome significant hurdles. Third, they defied expectations. Fourth, they stayed true to who they are. And in the end, were able to make a significant change in their respective fields. So, I'll start with Coco Chanel, the woman behind the internationally famous and coveted brand Chanel. Now, she didn't start her life this way. She did not grow up in privilege. She was not surrounded by luxury that Chanel has become synonymous with. She actually also had no connections in the fashion industry that was notoriously elite and male-dominated. And during this time period, we have to remember, back in the early 1900s, what women had to wear. Corsets, petticoats. Now I know corsets are somewhat popular again, but these were a different type of corset. Corsets, petticoats, adornments from neck to toe restricted the movement of women. Women weren't expected to do much in that time period. You sit there and you look pretty, you're not expected to engage in society or make a difference. But that's not how she wanted to live her life. She engaged fully in all aspects of life, and so she decided to design clothes that allowed her to do so. And today, she's known for things like the little black dress, costume jewelry, the first designer perfume, the iconic two-piece suit. These are some of the ways that she has made her mark on the fashion industry by staying true to who she was, staying true to meeting the needs of the women that she thought we could all be, versus fitting into the societal norms and expectations. Ruth Bader Ginsburg, sometimes referred to as RBG, a brilliant woman. She met her husband in university. They got married shortly thereafter. She had a baby. She got accepted to Harvard Law School, where her husband was accepted first the year before. She not only took care of her child while she continued her studies, she also became the first woman on the Harvard Law Review. Her husband was diagnosed with cancer while they were in law school, and so she took care of him, the baby, the law review, and excelled in her classes. When he received an offer at a New York law firm, she transferred to Columbia. She graduated top of her class, technically tied for top of her class. But she didn't receive any offers from the New York law firms. Why? Because she was a woman and she was Jewish. That wasn't the norm. She wasn't what they wanted. She ended up with a clerkship through the help of one of her professors. And we all know Ruth Bader Ginsburg today. She's known to have been a staunch supporter and advocate for gender equality. Her first case, actually, that she was able to win was in supporting a man. It was because there was a federal tax code that discriminated against men and did not provide reimbursement for them if they were a caregiver for their family. This first case that she won allowed her to then continue to build her reputation and build the track record that she has in fighting for gender equality. This concept of being inclusive in how she did her work and building consensus across the majority that she had to work with was part of the reason why she was so successful. Part of the reason why, even after being nominated to the Supreme Court in 1993, she was able to bring consensus on that court. And she is sorely missed today. The third person, Serena Williams, an icon in her sport. Some argue one of the greatest athletes of all time. Now why? She defied all expectations. She and her sister, they didn't grow up in a privileged environment. They weren't who tennis wanted. Tennis, for all practical purposes, was a white sport. And yet here were two young black women whose father believed in them and supported them to make a breakthrough in tennis. She turned pro at the age of 14. She's won 23 Grand Slam singles titles, more than any other woman or man. And she did so by staying true to who she was. Yes, she worked hard like everyone else, but she didn't conform to the expectations of women's tennis. She had a powerful style. She was emotional. She dressed the way that she wanted to dress. And she did that all to stay true to herself and be a successful tennis player. So now, while we all can't be a Coco, RBG, or Serena, and then some of you have the talent to do so, by all means, pursue it. But that doesn't mean we don't have power within us to have a positive impact on the world. So I'm going to tell you a little bit about me. I'm by no means the same level as those three women that I just talked about. But maybe just in sharing my story, there might be some lessons in there for you. Now, my mother was my role model. She was born in Korea, a country that, for the most part, only valued women as homemakers, wives, and mothers. For her generation, you went to university to find a good husband. And if you went to graduate school, that's because you wanted to find an even better husband. She went to one of the top universities in Korea. She went to a top medical school in Korea. And while, yes, she did find my father, her husband, there, that wasn't her purpose. Her purpose was to practice medicine to help people. So when she graduated, yes, they got married. Yes, they had me. But she practiced medicine. Despite all of the societal pressures to not practice and just be at home, to be a good wife and mother. In the end, my parents decided to move to the US because she wanted to continue to work, and because I was born a girl, not a boy, they wanted me to have full opportunities as well. They received their offers from the Cleveland Clinic, so we ended up living in Ohio. Not the most diverse place in the world in the 70s, but that's where I grew up. Oftentimes, I felt like a blue fish in a lake of orange fish. I didn't look like anyone else. I didn't fit in with the kids. I wasn't athletic, I wasn't funny, but I was good at learning. So that's what I focused on. And I did really well in school, got a great job in consulting after graduating from university, and consulting was great, because in consulting, what's valued are the best ideas, because that's what the clients want. That's what they're paying you for. So I did really well. Shortly after I started my career, my mother passed away. And when I went to her funeral, the whole church was filled with people that I didn't know. And I remember asking my dad at the time, why are all these people here? Why are they intruding on such a private family moment? And he said, well, you know what? These are all people that your mother has touched in some way, and they wanted to come and pay their respects. I did that proverbial, if I got hit by a bus right now, what would this church look like? I probably could only fill the first few pews, not the whole church. Why? Because I didn't really care about what people thought and how I made them feel. I was focused on making sure that I had the best ideas, because that's what made the clients happy. That's what I was getting rewarded for at work. But that unfortunate situation was what opened up my world to start thinking about how you do things is as equally important as what you are doing. And I've spent the bulk of my career making sure that I'm working on both. So while I love to deliver top results for the company, I make sure that how I do it, in terms of making sure that there's a connection to our purpose, building culture, focusing on things like diversity, equity, inclusion that are very important to me, that's what I focus on, and that's what makes the difference. Because many people can deliver financial results, but not everyone can do it in a way that brings people along with you, that focuses on developing people as much as you're developing the company results. So that's what, to some degree, I view as my superpower. The ability to find unleashed potential in people so that they can achieve their full desires. So, what does this mean for all of you? Well, I would like you to think about what is your superpower. Some people do think of it as a trait, and that's okay. What's that strength that you have? What's that ability that you have that makes you special? How do you build on that? Then you look at, in terms of your passion. And it's a combination of finding your superpower and your passion, being consistent with your actions to support that, that's really going to make a difference. Now, it may take you some time to get there, and that's all right. You're all quite young. I wish I was still as young as all of you. But don't lose sight of that. Find your strength, and you heard Janet and Eleanor talk about this earlier. Find what you're passionate about. Take the time to explore. Combine those things, be consistent, stick with your purpose, and that will become your superpower, and that's how you can unleash your power on the world. So I'm going to leave you with two thoughts. The first is this quote from Serena Williams you see above. I'm not going to read that to you, you can read it. But although she speaks specifically about women here, and I do think that as women we have to support each other. Having had quite a number of lived experiences throughout my career, I can tell you, especially earlier in my career, there wasn't a lot of women supporting women. There were so few of us that it was more of a competition rather than support, because we knew that only a few of us would get to the top. But today, what I'm encouraged by is the fact that there are more women supporting women. And this is something that I spend a lot of energy doing, making sure that younger women have the opportunities and have the support to achieve their dreams. The second thought that I want to leave you with is that when you hold on to power, it's actually not that powerful. The power of women and the power of you is to be able to share that power. When you're able to share it, you can amplify it. And so I want you to think about that. power of women, the power of you, really becomes the power of us when you share it. So hopefully, through the talk about 3 very influential women, Coco Chanel, Ruth Bader Ginsburg, Serena Williams, sharing with you a little bit about my story and leaving with you a few thoughts has given you some insight into what the power of women can be, but more importantly, what the power of you can be. Thank you very much.
At the beginning of the session, I was told by one person not to say this, but I had to mention it. Julie Kim is actually the mother of a student here at IZL. He's our student voice president and also part of our YFS team, Kyle Armstrong. Sorry, Kyle. So this completes the talk session, part of our session. If any of you have any questions, we will do that after. But first, I would like to thank Julie, Eleanor, and Janet another time. So big round of applause for them. We have a little bit of time left, so those of you with questions, I'm going to make sure Eleanor's going to be on this side of the stage, Janet will be in the middle, and Julie will be on the other side. You're very welcome to leave. The next session starts at 11:45, and I hope you enjoy the rest of your day. Thank you very much for coming.
name is Max Lucas, and I'm a grade 12 student here at ISL. And on behalf of the entire YFS team, I would like to welcome you all to our Going Beyond Youth Empowerment session. Now, before I begin, I would like just to give you a quick moment of just to explain the process and procedures for the next 45 minutes. Today, we're privileged to listen to 3 guest speakers who will each deliver a TED-style talk based on their expertise and incredible work. Should there be any time remaining after the talks, I would ask those of you with any questions to come up and directly ask them to the speakers. So without further ado, our first guest speaker is Rocco Phillips-Petrini, who is a geotechnical engineer with experience in 3D statistical analysis. Rocco is also one of the founders of Blue Arbor, which is a foundation dedicated to creating innovative ideas in order to create or inspire positive projects for the well-being of our planet. Rocco has also worked for TAO, which is a European consultancy engineering firm, where he worked on issues related to water safety, specifically by helping and aiding with innovative dike strengthening technologies. Please welcome Rocco to the stage.
Regarding a clicker for the presentation, Max? Or do you have a clicker for the presentation? Dear ladies and gentlemen, it's with great pleasure that I'm standing here in front of you today, sharing a little bit of my experience with the concept of dreaming boldly, but then delivering concretely, which is somehow my take on what is necessary to empower youth. And yeah, without further ado, I think I've been introduced sufficiently, and here we go. So as Max mentioned, my academic path has taken me from being a geologist. I've studied at Lausanne, the University of Lausanne. That has taught me to value a lot the nature that surrounds us, understand the complex dynamics of the natural world, especially with these beautiful mountains that surround us. From there, I've gone and completed my studies as a geotechnical engineer in the Netherlands. Realizing there's no mountains, I, of course, made my rapid return back south. And alongside this, I just want to share that for me, my athletic passions are what diversify me. If academia has taught me skills that are honed and extremely precise, being an athlete, a climber and surfer, but especially climbing, which I'll be talking about today, it teaches me a broader perspective on how to tackle and interpret the world that surrounds me. And lastly, these two culminate in a creative passion, if you will, a little project that has started a couple of years ago, which is the Blue Arbor Foundation. So first, a little bit of my background, applied earth science. Of course, this is a narrative that you've heard over and over, but it is something that's important. It's important to my own individual values. It's important to the world that surrounds us. The world that we're part of. For example, on the right, a little paper regarding the Alps and the mountains. How is that being affected? There's extreme down-wasting linked to the increase of temperatures. Warmest winters in years have been recorded. And so we have gigatons of ice melting per year in the Alps without recuperation in the next subsequent winters. Now, this has been ongoing, and of course it affects the world that surrounds us. It affects our resources, tourism, water scarcity, and all these issues that are extremely important just beyond the nature and the diversity that surrounds us. On the left, there's been shown that the increase in sea surface temperatures have led to a progressive strengthening of the intensity of tropical cyclones in the North Atlantic. Now, this is something that is also shaping our society, and it influences us directly, albeit we oftentimes do not see the link with our everyday well-being with these phenomena. And a paradox that has been guiding me in my life decisions until now and my journey until now is something, I cannot comprehend how we are in a world that is so interconnected, we have access to so much data, we are so intelligent in developing technologically advanced solutions to measure the ice formation and thawing. We can communicate rapidly across the globe, and yet, somehow there's still a societal well-being that is not being met. Be it here in our local entourage, there's people suffering burnouts, etc., but even not talking about socio-political dynamics across the world now. War is just but a simple example of this. And in doing so, we're also not taking care of our planet. We have the means, the technological means and the knowledge to reverse or simply diminish our effect on the planet that surrounds us. But somehow, these two things do not go hand in hand. Our society and our technology does not necessarily lead to an improvement of our well-being, lead to taking care of our planet and our nature. And so this is something that got me thinking. This was, of course, my studies, this was my academic path that led me to reflect to this, but then linked my individual values was this question of the way that I value nature is a nature that is not destroyed, that is can thrive on its own without humans affecting it profoundly. And so these individual values that I brought with me every day and lived through my sports as well, I sought to see how this can play in a global environment. Because of course I can have my own individual values, but the real question is, can this be connected? Can this affect a broader audience? And an example for you is you guys. Audience coming from different schools, of different backgrounds, of different generations. And this is the power, when these values are linked and they meet this global interconnection. And so when these individual values create a collective intelligence, and these values join together, you can create a space where not only you are, so being, together you can act, and by working together, you can create projects and ideas and develop as a think lab in ways that are extremely complex, that you take into account the applied earth science, the sports. That's me. Perhaps somebody else might take account the artistic side, the social side, and so on. And it is only there that you have this sense of identity, this profound sense of identity in belonging to a group that strives with a common energy. And so, I talk to you, future scientist, diplomat, artist, or whatever your future may be. How do you act? Now, I believe that action is not a matter of outcome. It's a matter of the journey. And I mention this because, of course, we all have our ambitions. What will you study? What job will you have in 10 years? Okay, that's an end goal. But then what do you do along the way? That's what matters. Who do you talk with daily? What are your micro decisions? How do you consume? How do you vote as soon as you're of the age? Now this is what's important. And I give a little image of climbing to visualize how I see the action in your daily. First, when you prepare to climb a big wall, you have to follow your intuition. Now what this means is reflecting, meticulously calculating, analyzing the weather, analyzing the difficulty of the route, where you're heading, the partner you're taking this adventure with. But then it really comes down to your intuition and your own gut. Is this the right adventure for you? Now if it is, and when you decide to embark on it, then I say execute. and you execute to the best of your ability. You reflect hand movement upon hand movement, each foot placement. That is what gets you forward. Every micro adjustment of your body, that's what will help you climb the face. And this is important because once you are in this zone of the moment, that is when you can perform best. And it is only afterwards, once the journey is completed, once you're back to your camp, then you can reevaluate. Here, a little picture of a mocha, because for me it served as a symbol of inspiration, if you will. I return, I evaluate, was my mission successful? Did I aim too high, too low? What were the risks I took? How am I doing? So this is my proposal to act in 3 ways. And just you, future scientist, artist, this is what I say. I say, first, follow your intuition. Looking towards your future, follow your gut, follow your interests. And those curiosities, dare to explore them. That means academically, socially, follow your intuition. Then secondly, I say, execute. Once you're listening to that intuition, be it where you're heading, a job you're applying to, what you're studying, or simply what you do in your passions and your sports, then you execute. And you execute with profound grit, determination, and really make it happen for yourself. And then, of course, lastly, you evaluate. After each journey, for example, after the end of my master's studies, I reflected. Is living in the Netherlands the right place for me? Perhaps not. I was missing certain aspects of my life, but it is only afterwards that I evaluate these kind of things. And you take purpose also from your failures and bounce back stronger, so you can create a new mission and then act once again. And then lastly, the mantra to empower the youth, for me, the most important part is how can you act? You cannot act necessarily alone. You may have a methodology to act, but we are here today thanks to the collaboration of multiple generations. And what I say is, if you can leave with 2 messages, is firstly, act, and secondly, act with the older generation. What you bring as youth, you bring energy, naive desire to change the world radically, to impact those that surround you. And this energy is harnessed by collaborating with other people that have 30, 20 years of experience and know-how and knowledge and wisdom to share. And it is by collaborating together that new ideas and fruitful projects come to life. So first and foremost, act, and secondly, harness the power of intergeneration. And with this, I leave you. Is this concept tangible? Of course, it's a nice story. You're showing us very nice pictures. Great. But how is this tangible? How does this really materialize? Well, remember the little pet project, the little side project that I worked on aside my studies and my passions? Well, that was Blue Arbor. And Blue Arbor is a foundation where we try to do exactly this. We try to act. We try to firstly dream boldly. And we do this by being an extremely diverse group of people. And different generations, different know-hows, different fields. And then you deliver concretely, because it's very nice to theorize, but then at a certain point, you have to act. And with this, I thank you very much for your attention, and yeah.
Thank you, Rocco, for your inspirational talk. It was great to hear about your past experiences and how you believe that collaboration can lead to better outcomes. Our next guest speaker is Mr. Peter McGarry, who is the founder of the Earth Foundation as well as the current president of its board. Now, the Earth Foundation, through its initiatives, aims to inspire, mentor, educate, and empower schools, youth, students, and young entrepreneurs with innovative ideas in order to help tackle environmental challenges. This is ultimately in an effort to foster a self-perpetuating ecosystem that accelerates positive change towards environmental sustainability. So without further ado, please give a warm welcome to Mr. Peter McGarry.
Hi everybody, my name is Peter McGarry. I am founder of the Earth Foundation, which is the home of the Earth Prize. I think it's really unfair with me that they put me after Rocco, who's got much better hair than me and much better presentation than me. So what are we going to talk about today? Oops, did I press the wrong button? So what I want to start off with is if I was your age, I'm 46 now, I'm about 30 years older than most of you. So my question is, what would I have wanted to know when I was your age that I know now? Okay? So, any chance to get this slide deck back? Otherwise it will be a very long 10 minutes. It's back. Okay, so which button should I press to go to the next slide?
One that says the arrow.
The one with the arrow. There we go. Okay. Woo! I told you Rocco's presentation was much better. Okay. Who here loves mathematics? Hands up. Who here wakes up dreaming of geometry problems? Yeah, okay, it's going to be a long 10 minutes, guys. Okay, so this is what I want to talk about. This is what they don't teach you when you're in school, when you're a teenager. These are the 3 things that are going to drive your life for the next 10, 20, maybe 30 years. Knowledge, money, passion. Okay? Now you can have one of these things, you can have 2, but it's very, very hard to have 3. Okay? So I'm going to talk around this for the next 10 minutes, and hopefully you're going to get something out of it that's going to be impactful for your lives. Okay, so what do most people go to school for today? Well, my kids, I've got 4 kids, they go to school to become TikTok famous or to get on Love Island. Okay? When I went to school, we went to school to learn, okay? I'm sure you guys do the same. So you go to school to learn, eventually you get an internship, maybe you go to university, or you get a trade. But you're basically working on your knowledge. And someday, you're going to become an expert in something. And that's where you're going to move from the knowledge circle into this intersection of money. Someone's going to pay you for your knowledge. They're going to pay you because you know more than them. Okay, and that feels pretty good. Okay? But there's a problem. You're going to run into somebody who does the same thing as you, but they love what they do. And that's really annoying, because they're super passionate. And they're going to work at the weekends, they're going to work late, and you're never going to be able to compete against this person. So although you're getting money and although you're pretty good at what you do, you're going to be pretty miserable. Okay? So, what's the solution? The solution is, unfortunately, you've got to start in this circle that says passion. You've got to find your passion. When I was your age, I had no clue what my passion was. Then I watched the movie. I'm going to play you a quick clip of this movie. So this is a movie that's set in the 80s called Trading Places. So this is somebody from the Department of Agriculture. These are guys who are traders in a pit in New York trading frozen orange juice of all things. And he's going to tell them what a crop report is, because it just had a bad frost, and there's a danger of
calculating the estimates for various orange-producing states, we have concluded the following. The cold winter has apparently not affected the orange harvest.
And you feel that excitement, you feel that buzz. I watched this movie, I watched this clip, and I was like, wow, this is amazing. This is what you can do for a living. I was like, this is what I want to do, and this became my passion. Okay? So, if we can skip on here, there we go. So, I finally found my passion. Okay, this is what I wanted to do in my life. The problem was, I knew nothing about trading. Trading is not something you can really learn about in a book. Something you got to do. Okay? And I had no money. Okay? I was from Ireland, so I needed to get out of Ireland. So I went to London. Okay, I got a job interview with a big bank called Merrill Lynch. I went into that job interview. It was the first time ever in London. I was nervous as hell. First time wearing a suit. Yeah, it was pretty tough. And this guy, he came off the trading floor, He looked pretty cool, he was wearing a fancy suit. And he sat down opposite me, and he picked up my resume, and said, Mr. McGarry. I said, yes. He said, I see you're really good at maths. And I was like, yes. He goes, okay. He says, he took off his watch. So I give you 1 minute. What's 13 divided by 64 in decimal? Go. Now, he could give me 2 hours. I was never in a million years going to get this right. And he's looking at me, and I said, wow, this guy is such a nasty motherfucker. Okay, so this guy obviously had money. He took off his fancy watch. He was a trader. He obviously knew what he was doing, right? He obviously had knowledge. But he had no passion. Anybody who asks you this question in an interview, you don't want to work with people like that, trust me, okay? This is the answer for those who didn't know. I'm sure you all knew, okay? So, what did I do? I had to go back to university. I had to get more knowledge, okay? I went and I finally got a job in London. Now, I was a young Irish, kid, enthusiastic kid, very passionate, didn't know anything. What do you do with one of those kids? You ship them off to Singapore. They sent me to Singapore because I was I was far away. They didn't need to worry about me anymore. Now, this was around the year 2000, which was what they now call the dot-com bubble. Okay, so there was all these companies where you get a name like Pets, you stick a .com. People wanted to buy the shares. It was like easy money. Now, the reason why you haven't heard of any of these companies probably is because they all went bust. Okay, so it became known as the dot-com bust. Just in case you think trading is easy, there was another company called Amazon of all things. It was only selling books. That one didn't go bust. Okay, so I'm in Singapore, and I slowly kind of figure out this dot-com bust thing is going to be bad for the economy. So I did my first ever big trade. I lended out 1 year cash at a rate that I thought I could borrow it back. If the economy slowed, they cut interest rates. I borrow it back cheaper and make some money. Okay, so I take my passion, and now I was moving into the knowledge thing. So on the 3rd of January 2021, I got a phone call around 10 o'clock at night. It was a broker from Chicago. He said, you're not going to believe this. The Federal Reserve had just cut interest rates by 50 basis points. I was like, wow, yes! I finally know what I'm doing. I was making some money. I felt pretty good about myself, okay? So I thought, I figured this out. So we skipped forward to September that same year. I got another phone call. This happened about 9 o'clock at night. And my broker in Chicago goes, something strange just happened in New York. I was like, well, tell me. He goes, well, there's a rumor that a small prop plane is hit one of the skyscrapers. And I was like, well, where's the price of this? Where's the price of that? And nothing had actually reacted. Nothing had moved in the market. So I put it on the phone and said, oh, it must be nothing. He gives me a call back 15 minutes later. He said a second plane just hit. So I started buying government bonds because I thought that was the right thing to do. I jumped downstairs, got in a taxi, went to work. Now, what had happened then was, everyone had realized what had happened. And the market stopped trading out of respect. I was a young kid, I'm Singapore, I think, I know what I'm doing. I went over to one of my colleagues who was American. I was so excited, I said, wow, this is insane, right? And he looked at me and he said, my brother is in one of those towers, I think. And I felt really shit. And that was where I realized that, you can think you know things, but without people's respect, it's not really worth anything, okay? So I didn't have the respect of my colleagues. I didn't really understand the paradigms of kind of moving around in the financial markets. And I didn't really still get paid a lot, I was still a young kid, okay? But, this is part of the journey that you got to take, from taking your passion, turning it into knowledge. So I ended up in Copenhagen, and you might say, well, that's not really a very sexy place after London and after Singapore, but it was a small place and I thought I could learn a lot, and that's what I needed to do. So while I was in Copenhagen, the financial crisis happened. So that was around 2008. So the financial crisis was an incredible time to be active as a trader in the markets. Banks like Lehman Brothers were going bust. But also affected the real economy, where a lot of people lost their jobs, lost their houses. And I had kind of grown up a bit, so I was able to make money for the bank I worked for, but also for our clients. A lot of pension funds in in Denmark and Scandinavia were able to weather that storm quite well. So I finally thought, you know, here we go. I'm finally going to get into the middle of the circle where I need to be. And I talked to the CEO and he said, listen, Pete, we're not going to be able to pay you. And I was like, but we made all this money. He said, no, I'm sorry. He said, the bank, it's a financial crisis. So I said, okay. So eventually, I said, well, I can't hang around here. So I resigned. And the day I resigned, something very funny happened. I worked on the trading floor, it's probably about the size of this room, maybe 100, 150 people on it. And when I walked out on my last day at work, I got a standing ovation and finally earned the respect of the people I worked with. And I felt much better than any money. Okay? So what did I do after Copenhagen? I went to New York. I finally got to Wall Street, which was pretty exciting. So we go back to, you know, the three important things. I had the passion. I'm still super hungry. Okay? I had the knowledge. Wait a second. I'm in New York. I'm trading a totally different market. We had dollar markets. There was mortgage bonds. There was convexity. I didn't know jack shit. Okay? So I had to go back and relearn how to trade, how to make money. And eventually, you know, I figured it out. Now what happened was, I ended up going from knowing nothing to running the desk, to then running a global business. And suddenly I had a load of people working for me. And finally, they paid me some money. I was like, here we go. And then I realized, you know what? What I'm doing day to day now, I'm no longer trading. Okay, now I'm running a business. I've got all these people, you know, I've got to manage all this politics, all these personal issues. And I went, this has now gone away from my passion. Okay, I need to get back. And luckily for me, one of my clients called me up and said, hey, we just started this hedge fund, we want you to come work for us. So I said, okay, I'm going to go back. I'm going to learn how to trade at a hedge fund. So again, I walked away from the money, went back to learn more. That's where I went to Geneva. So I kept in Geneva, and finally I was in a place where I was pretty happy. You know, I still had the passion, I was doing what I was passionate about, which was trading. I knew what I was doing, I was getting paid, life was good. I was sitting in work one day, and then this happened. This was one of the school strikes that was inspired by Greta Thunberg. Maybe some of you participated in some of these. This one in Geneva was literally on the street outside my office. And I walked over to the window, and I said, what the hell is going on? And this is a photo from this is September 2019. There were thousands of kids. They were super excited, super passionate, okay? And I was like, wow, this is pretty cool. So I went home that night, and I said to my eldest daughter, I said, something crazy happened in Copenhagen, or in Geneva today. And she said, yeah, I know. I was on it. And my eldest daughter was right in the front of this march, okay? So that was a real wake-up call to me. But, you know, I'm a trader. I don't have time for this environmental nonsense. So I went back and do what traders do. Then this happened, 23rd of Jan, 2020. I'm sitting again in my office in Geneva, okay? I'm so passionate, I'm hungry. I'm hungry for when strange things happen that haven't happened before. And then this happened. It's a city in China I never heard of. It's bigger than where I'd ever lived, it's bigger than London, it's bigger than New York. 11 million people back in 18. Okay, 11 million people. And the Chinese government locked that city down. And I'm there sitting in Geneva going, if they lock down a city of 11 million, something really scary has happened. Nobody knew at that time really what had happened, but this is what I did. I started putting on this trade, and it worked. So from when they locked down Wuhan into the end of January 2020, this trade worked. The problem was then, the market for the next 3 weeks started to go down. And I was getting super stressed. And I actually went to Angela. I said, Angie, I'm pretty stressed here. I've got a pain in my side, I can't sleep at night. And she said, you know, I've got this Chinese doctor in London. You should go see this doctor. So I literally flew to London to see a Chinese doctor to stick needles in me. You know, within what happened that weekend, the end of February, these horror stories started to come out of Milan. I don't know if you remember this, but Milan was the first real epicenter in Europe where COVID started to really affect the population. And there was horrible stories in the news. And on the Monday, I said to my Italian colleague, I said, where were you this weekend? He said, oh, I went back to see my family in Milan. And I said, so what's it like? And he said, nah, it's normal. Everyone does it, everything is normal. And I was like, okay, this is going to be bad. And of course, we all know now what happened. The markets exploded, it was chaos. And it took us all a long time to adapt to this. Okay, so that's kind of my journey. I'm taking my passion, learning, and finally, having money, this kind of trifecta, okay? And I put down a lot of that success to starting with the passion and not focusing on the money, and on multiple occasions on that journey, kind of putting my back to the money. So what's the point, I hear you say? So the point is, once you've done this journey, you want other people to have the same journey, okay? And the people that, rang a bell to me were all these kids I'd seen outside my window. So I've been thinking about this. And during the first lockdown, I sat down with Angela, and I said, Angie, I've seen this passion for this issue. I said, let's go do something about it. I said, let's take the passion, and let's see, can we take them on a journey of knowledge, okay? And then I said, this isn't really about money. Money isn't what's important here. What's important here is sustainability, okay? This was an issue which got, teenagers from all around the world to go march. This is what impressed me so much. I said, okay, can we change this? Can we take the passionate kids, or can we inspire some to become passionate? Can we educate them? And then can we finally use that to help our journey to sustainability? So that's where we set up the Earth Foundation. And then the Earth Foundation led to the Earth Prize. So what is the Earth Prize? The Earth Prize is an annual competition for teenagers. I know a lot of people in ISSL are familiar with it because they were one of our finalists last year. Okay? So the first question is, why did we latch onto a prize? And the reason this prize is, I'm a trader. I like competition, and I like the idea of people competing against each other to come up with the best solution. If we're going to solve environmental sustainability, we need the best solutions to rise to the top. Okay? Second question, why teenagers? And this goes back to me when I was your age. A lot of teenagers, they're not really sure what they're passionate about. Yeah, you got TikTok and you got Love Island. That's going to fade, okay? What if we could get some of those teenagers to be, passionate about the environment? That's pretty cool. And what if we could get those passionate teenagers and actually do something with them? So, speaking of teenagers, this guy here, he's a Dutch guy. He was a teenager who went scuba diving. He went scuba diving, and what he noticed was not a lot of fish. He noticed a little plastic pollution in the ocean. And he said, I'm going to do something about this. He went home to Holland, and he set up what's called the ocean cleanup as a teenager. He raised a lot of money, millions of euros, and he went out into the Pacific and started cleaning up plastic pollution. It's pretty incredible when you think about it, that somebody, just a simple teenager in Holland, could go and do this. So what we did as part of the Earth Prize is we found people like Brian, and we filmed them, and we hope that they will inspire people like you when you hear their story. One of my favorite stories about Brian is he realized most of the pollution in the ocean came from rivers. So he needed to stop the plastic going from the river into the seas, into the oceans. So they built these things called interceptors. So if you watch the video on the Earth Prize learning content, it's pretty inspiring. Okay, so where are we at now? Let's see here. Okay, so this is what we put in place to help this whole idea of creating an ecosystem to empower the youth. So learning content. Okay, learning content, this idea of taking the passion, bringing it into the knowledge circle. The adjudicating panel, the idea is you come up with solutions. Okay, we need to get the best solutions showcased. We needed a world-class adjudicating panel to do that for us. Mentors. This is kind of the magic sauce. If you're passionate teenager, like I was back in trading, you know, you need somebody to teach you. If you want to solve environmental problems, you need a mentor. So what we did was, we called out to all the best universities in the world, and we said, you know, we want volunteer mentors who are going to mentor these teenagers. So this year we've got 40 mentors from some of the top universities, and if you ask a question, they will help you. Pretty cool. Finally, we've got ambassadors. I'm going to talk about that in a second. And then lastly, alumni. The idea is when the prize is over, we're not going to stop trying to help you. We're going to try and get you internships, master classes. We're going to keep helping you on this journey from you go take your passion into knowledge and finally into sustainability. Okay, so I just want to finish with a few quick remarks, what I'm thinking about 2024 and beyond. Okay, so far the Earth Prize has been in 144 countries, which is pretty incredible in 2 years. So this year, for example, we've got 116 countries with about 10 teams. A team is up to 5, on average about 2.5. Okay, 10 teams in each country. So we've got about 1,150 teams. Now, at the end of this month, they're going to do their final submission, and then we're going to whittle it down to 10 finalists. My hope and dream is some year in the not-so-distant future, we can get 100,000 teams working on this. 100,000 teams is 250,000 kids, okay? Think of how amazing it would be to get the best solutions from that many people. Think of how impactful it would be. It's not impossible. Remember, we've been in 144 countries. We just need more schools. We need 70 schools in each country. I think it's doable. How are we going to do that? One way is we need volunteers. So a simple idea we're going to implement this year is in each country we have a volunteer who they're going to help to get those 70 schools in their country. This year we went viral in Palestine of all places. We had an incredible amount of schools there. So we know it's possible in every other country. So one of my other ideas, I mentioned ambassadors. It's really hard to get ambassadors. It's really hard to get celebrities. Celebrities are busy, very important. They don't want to, they want to do something, that's something in it for them. So one of my ideas this year is I'm going to write 50 open letters to 50 of my heroes and ask them to be ambassadors. Let's see, it might work. One of the other things I want to do is I want to create a community. So far we've had a few thousand students from around the world participate in the Earth Prize. We want to start connecting them so they can start working on projects together across different communities, across different countries. And the final thing is, we wanted to implement this thing, we haven't named it yet, but it might be called Agents of Change, to be decided. But this idea that whenever there's a conference like this, we can put some of our youth, some of our inspiring stories, and have them speak with that. Okay, so that's it from me. I hope you all discover your passion. It doesn't really matter what your passion is, as long as you stay true to it. Maybe through the Earth Prize you'll find your passion is environmental sustainability, and if so, good luck. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you, Peter, for talking about your inspirational and humbling journey. I personally really enjoyed how you emphasized the importance of passion. Finally, last but not least, our final guest speaker is Mr. Lee Howe, who is the Executive Director at the Villars Institute, which is a non-profit foundation that aims at accelerating a net zero and nature-positive economy through systems, leadership, and intergenerational collaboration. Lee was also the Managing Director at the World Economic Forum, responsible for its annual meeting in Davos, as well as for its global programming up from 2009 until 2021. Please give a huge warm welcome to Mr. Lee Howe.
All right, thanks. I know I'm standing between you and lunch, so I'll do my best to get your appetites going, I guess, or that's already been done, so maybe I'll stimulate the mind a bit. It's great to see among you some of the Villar Fellows, so thanks for being part of this. The greatest thing is you started the day with a colleague of mine, Jade. How many of you heard Jade speak this morning? Right? Amazing journey. She's been part of our team. She started with us as a project intern, is now our youth advisor, and will go on and in fact go to Davos next week. I'm happy to be here because I don't have to be worrying about Davos anymore. In the sense that, indeed, I spent most of my life, my working life, funny enough, thinking about how to make the world a better place. How does the world work? How can we all have an impact on that world? You know, how can we improve the state of the world? And funny enough, it always led me to some part of Switzerland in the Alps. Started with Davos, and if you look at the photo up there, that's the Villars Institute. That's in Canton Vaud, not too far away, but another small alpine village, a bit smaller than Davos, but still the same mission, is how can we improve the state of the world? And what is the state of the world that we want? You know, and what's our role in it? And part of my presentation today is I'm going to reveal to you the one big insight that I gained from all the years of programming the annual meeting in Davos, meeting various heads of state, CEOs, dignitaries, young activists, Greta Thunbergs, and others. I came away with one insight, and based on that insight is why I focused on creating the Institute, the Villars Institute. And fundamentally, though, before I go there, I want to just have you reflect on what we all share, young and old, is that fact we're part of a very amazing species. Right? We all, as a species, funny enough, if you ask an evolutionary biologist what differentiates us, they'll probably say that we're the one species that uses hindsight and foresight to really try to get insight and meaning in our daily lives. We look back, we look forward, and we think about what our role is in the world, what the world's about. We spend time on that, right? And there's a nice, beautiful image looking at this night sky. And you have to remember, almost every civilization has always thought about looking at the heavens, the skies, the celestial bodies, and saying, what's this all about? Right? And what's our role? And how does this all fit in? And these are things that we exercise every day, and it's called sense-making. We want to make sense of where we are and what we're doing in the world, right? And when it doesn't make sense, it puts us in a dark place. Or when we can't make sense of it, it puts us also in a not-so-nice place. And we're actually, as a species, sort of in structured to do this in many different ways, but the one we're probably most familiar with, if we're talking about celestial bodies, look, you all know what the difference between astronomy and astrology is, but just to remind you, astronomy, right, we're trying to understand patterns and the movements of celestial bodies in a way that we can predict them. It's revealed to us, you know, gravity, general relativity. But next to it, if you recognize the zodiac signs there, just as long people have been practicing and trying to understand what those celestial bodies mean and what the impact is in their daily lives, in their past and their future, and that's why you have astrology. Now, it seems odd that I would compare the two, but we'll talk about this in a moment, why the fundamental thing that binds us is this. What are we trying to do? We're trying to understand, again, make sense of the world, and make sense of our role in that world. And if you do it well, good. You could go from taking a lot of information, connecting instead of stars and celestial bodies, connecting sort of bits of information and data, you get to some knowledge, some real insight, hopefully some wisdom, and an understanding. And we have great examples of this, right? One of them is the most recent example. This is just this week. People thought they didn't understand what was happening in the atmosphere, and they saw a hole in the ozone layer, and then people thought about how scientists thought about what was causing it, what would be the effects of that. There were very severe effects. And not only did they discover, right, that CFC gases were the cause of this, but they also started to understand that there were certain industries and certain processes that were generating the CFCs, and we need to think about this. And they were able to even get the international community together and agree in Montreal on a convention that would ban the use of this substance, right? And today, wow, we're making progress because we're connecting the dots. And we're thinking about the systems that were involved that created this problem, and we thought about the systems that would be involved that would solve it. But sometimes you connect the dots and you get the bad conclusion, wrong conclusion. That could be just as harmful. And in fact, this is a news story this week. In Ireland, they did a study about what was the impact of really sort of misinformation or really the sharing of, I would almost say, almost sort of malicious misinformation about vaccines and such. you know, that it would lead to get sort of micro things being embedded in your body, etc. But the communities that believed in this suffered, right? They saw a different system, a system that was going to harm them, that was actually going to protect them, and lo and behold, we have data now that says that they've suffered much more in terms of, right, in terms of their health outcomes, but also in deaths. So here's the big reveal. Of all my years meeting, and I had the great privilege to meet incredible people, artists, scientists, Nobel laureates, heads of state, CEOs, but the one thing I always struggled with is, well, you know, what's the big thing that I'm learning in all of these encounters? And this is from, quoting from a friend, Ian Golden, professor at Oxford University, who wrote a book, and this is from his book, The Butterfly Defect, but he said, he observed that, look, more than simple connectivity, our increasing interdependence represents complexity, and therefore, the world is a complex system. So now I'm going to unpack that for you. Because this is your superpower, in a way, because I think you intuitively get this because you live it. So let's take the example of connectivity. Now, we heard earlier, there's about 7% of the world that's not connected to the internet, but how many of you are connected to the internet? Show of hands. Right? How many of you have a mobile device that connects you to the internet? You happen to be living in a period of time in human history. You have the most amount of data ever available in human history at your fingertips. Think about this. There's more bits and bytes stored today than there are actually stars in the observable universe. Amazing numbers, right? We're going from petabytes to zettabytes. And look in a minute what the internet does. Now, of course, we could talk about the harm in that, but at the same time, you have access to more information than I ever had when I was 16, or will I ever have in my lifetime, right? You are more connected. Think about it. You are interconnected. But remember, the quote is about interdependence. So how are you interdependent? Well, I asked about your device. You're connected through your phones, right? Everyone has a mobile phone. Do you think all of the components were made in Switzerland? Do you think the software was developed, parts of it, most of it in Switzerland? Probably not. Because this is where the interdependence comes in, right? This is where the growth happened, that we are the beneficiaries of imports and exports that bring services and goods at a very reasonable, affordable price, at least for most of us who are connected. And if you can see generationally, we're way more connected than our parents or grandparents. Slight decline because of COVID and some geopolitics, but generally we're 3 times more connected and interdependent in terms of our future growth. But that growth, right, that source of growth, the fact that we can afford to have these nice devices and learn more and be much more up to date than any other past generation, which is advantageous for this generation, but it's also the root of a problem, right? Which is all of that material good and that growth, that industrialization creates carbon, biodiversity loss. And guess what? If you can see this, my generation, yes, it's one in the 60s, we're dealing with the source of this, but the reality is that you'll live through and you'll manage and you'll solve these challenges ahead. Because the fundamental thing is that you're closer to the problem and to the future, and therefore I have great confidence that you will also have the solutions. And it won't just be solving a problem, you'll make the world a better place through your solutions and actions. That's why at the Villar Institute we focus on intergenerational collaboration, because it's an intergenerational issue, it's an intergenerational effort. This is a sprint, it's a marathon, it's also a relay race. We all have to work together. We have to share that knowledge. We have to make sure that connecting the dots, we get to the right place, not the wrong place together. That's the fundamental point. And that's the discipline of systems thinking, because there's no one path. And there's unintended consequences, and there's things that connect, but it is about connecting things. It's all about connecting things. And it's not just connecting the issues, it's connecting with each other, different stakeholders, different communities, right? Because I'm going to show in a moment, the hardest thing, the biggest distinction you need to make in all of this is simply what's a complex system and a complicated system. And that's your superpower. You, if you know and you can see the system and you know that this is a complex system, guess what? You have an advantage over probably about 90% of the population because no one thinks in systems. It's not exactly things you talk about at the dinner table at the lunchroom, I'm sure. But it's going to be the most, I argue, and the Institute argues, it's going to be the most important skill set. to get to a net zero and a nature positive economy. And it's great because no one has an advantage in this. Does older, younger, whatever your gender, whatever your ethnicity, no one has an advantage, but we can all acquire this. So how do we begin? I don't recommend this, but if you did get home and you had permission to open up someone's mechanical watch, I would ask permission, and you opened it, you would recognize that that's a system. Pieces and parts come together and it delivers, it has a purpose, and the purposes, if all systems have a purpose, is to tell time. And guess what? It's not complex. It seems like it, that's the insides, but actually if you take any trained watchmaker, or even if you watch 100 hours of YouTube videos on this, you can figure out how to disassemble and reassemble a watch movement. You can. But this is different. Complex systems are different because we have humans in the loop. Anyone, do you know this is not a street fair market. This is the intersection Shibuya. I grew up in Japan. This is probably the biggest, most busiest intersection in the world. Estimates that 3,000 people cross this intersection every 2 minutes. And it's an active traffic intersection, but guess what? Do you think there are a lot of traffic accidents or fatalities because of all these people? No, it somehow works, and it's designed to work. It's incredible, but at the same time, unlike the watch, if you train yourself on how to disassemble the watch and put it back together, you can't predict how these people, what they're doing, how they're going to react to one another. What is it? It's a complex system. It's non-linear. It has emergent properties. I may be walking, change my mind because I wanted to go get a cup of coffee. Things change. It's not precise and orderly like the watch mechanism. And that's the world. And that's what I'm saying, is you have to appreciate that the world is like that. And you also have to appreciate that you're hardwired to try to make sense of the world. Every civilization, every person is trying to make sense of the world. And you're trying to make sense of your role in the world. That's normal, right? That's normal. Accept that. But also accept that the world is a little different. And you're privileged to be in that world because you have more information. You're more interconnected, but at the same time, you have the burdens of all of that past progress and growth because you have one challenge in your life: how to be prosperous within planetary boundaries. And that's an important, and I hope an exciting challenge. And as you can see, complex systems have characteristics. They're adaptive, they're networked, they self-organize. But once you know that, you can sort of start to identify things and see them for what they are rather than see something, a data point like this, which is to show you the impact of what climate change would have on your generation and your working and your entire lifetime. And the impacts are severe if we continue on the trajectory. But if you didn't understand complexity in systems, your reaction normally and naturally would be either huge anxiety, it's like, there's nothing we can do, I'm gonna live through 6 times more floods, 3 times more droughts, what can I do? Or you're going to be angry on the streets of Geneva, coming to protest in Davos and saying, man, you did this. You own the system, so you fix it. Or you might say, screw it, there's nothing I can do. I'm checked out, I'm gonna live my life, right? I'm gonna live my life and things will go and let's see where it goes. So this reaction, when you don't know how systems work and you don't understand how the complex systems exist or how they operate, is naturally gonna be anxiety, it's gonna be anger, it's gonna be apathy, right? And that's why the one thing I wanted to share with you, in all my years, 2 decades, I calculated, I probably spent a year of my life at Davos at the annual meeting, being responsible for it, right? Thousands of hours, is that appreciate that you live in a world, and the world is a complex system, but those meanings, complex and system, have deep meanings, that if you know what they mean, you will be able to move from a place of anxiety to being able to anticipate what that system could do. You'll move from a place where your anger can be channeled and give you a sense of agency to do something. And you may move from a place of apathy to say, I'm going to take some action. I can, because I know how this thing works. It doesn't work perfectly like the watch, but I know, and I know I'm going to have to work with others to get my hands around this. And that's the power of this, right? Is that you can improve planetary health by thinking about systems and how systems change, and how you can lead that change. And I'll talk a bit about it this afternoon in a little workshop, but more importantly, it's also for your own mental health and wellness, right? It's a way, it's a compass to navigate the future that is actually empowering rather than disempowering. It's a compass to navigate the future where you know it's not your action, but it's collective action. And you're going to most importantly know it's complex because humans are involved. It's emotional, it's not just thinking and acting, it's feeling. You have to think, feel, and act to make change happen. And that's why I stepped down from the Magic Mountain of Davos and moved to another little village of Vilar to really reflect on how myself, my generation, your generation can work together, right? To lead and change. And that's why it's about systems leadership for all generations. So, again, thank you for your time and attention, and I look forward to meeting you.
Thank you, Lee, for your incredible talk. It's really cool to have somebody with such experience come today and educate us and talk to us. So this completes the talk portion of our session. But once again, I would ask that we give a huge round of applause to our three amazing guest speakers. Luckily, there still is a little bit of time remaining, so if anybody has any questions, I would ask those of you to stay after the session and come talk to the speakers directly. As for the rest of you, you're welcome to leave, but please note the next session starts at 12:45 in the Art Factory. Thank you very much, and I hope you enjoy the rest of YFS.
You are the men and women who are leading us into this new era of information and technology. You're the builders, the dreamers, the heroes.
Gives you more friends, gives you more meaning, engagement, life satisfaction, and happiness. If you have a purpose-driven life, it adds years to your life. You live longer.
The key to life is to develop an internal, moral, emotional GPS that can tell you which way to go. When spoken by Oprah Winfrey at a Harvard commencement speech, she makes finding your purpose sound easy. However, in practice, finding your purpose can be a troubling and frustrating journey for many youths. As students, we are all trying to find our purpose and direction in life, as finding your interests and developing a strong sense of what defines you enables you to maximize your own potential. In our panel today, our knowledgeable panelists will provide insight into how their experiences shaped their sense of purpose to go beyond the superficial. Hello, my name is Alexandra Blaszczewska, and I am an 11th grade student here at ISL and a member of the YFS team. It is my pleasure to welcome you all today to the Finding Your Purpose panel. Joining me for this session, I am honored to welcome Mr. Tarek Al-Olawi, the co-founder of an ecosystem of social and planetary systems enterprises with impact in over 90 countries. With over a decade of experience in interfaith and international climate movements, he has held board and co-chair roles with organizations such as UNESCO and the World Economic Forum. Next, I would like to welcome Mr. J.D. Bonsall, the CEO of GHE Impact Ventures, an award-winning social enterprise that has brought solar energy and sustainable development to more than 300,000 people across 5 of the remotest regions of India. He is also the winner of the 2020 UN Climate Action Award and a Young Global Leader at the World Economic Forum. Lastly, I would like to welcome Ms. Eleanor Poli, a PhD student at the University of Cambridge in the Materials and Metallurgy Department, and a commander for a student-led moon-based project. After joining the Global Shapers Cambridge Hub, she has founded numerous projects such as Eco-Fashion and the Oxygen for COVID crisis. Before we begin our panel today, I would like to first give a brief overview of how this panel will run. We will first begin with a discussion with our panelists based off of questions. And then we would like to transition into a short break, after which you, the audience, will have an opportunity to ask your questions to our knowledgeable panelists. Without further ado, I would like to begin our panel discussion by addressing the panel. How has your experience as a student, especially in high school, influenced your career thus far? Eleanor, would you perhaps like to start?
The way it influenced me was, in Switzerland you have normally in the public system what we call the Maturaarbeit, Maturité. So it's a thesis that you have to do in your second to third year in Canton Vaud, at least where I come from. And you could choose a subject, you could choose a topic, and I was always crazy about aircrafts and machines, and I decided I wanted to do on history of aircrafts and how to build your own airplane. And I was really lucky, found one of the professors, my chemistry professor, who was keen on doing that. And he introduced me to somebody who was doing an association where he was using students to rebuild an aircraft from 1906 that crossed the Lac Léman, so Geneva Lake, as some people say. And I met this person. This person has been a mentor, has been a friend. Now I'm on the executive board of this association. And the way it influenced me was to believe that even younger could actually have an impact on the world, that could do great things, and that you could look up to some very interesting people who were absolutely selfless in some of the projects they did. So that's my experience in high school.
Thank you, that's definitely a very unique experience. Yeah. JD, would you like to talk about how this happened for you?
For me personally, there's no single high school because my father was in the Indian Army, and so by the time I did my 12th grade, I had changed 10 schools across India. So from the north to the south, to the east to the west. And what it taught me was that, you know, nothing is permanent. You'd be in one place, imagine, and you're there for 2 or 3 years, and then suddenly the whole ecosystem changes. All the friends you've made, all the relationships you made, you just have to start from scratch when you move to a new place. And that, I think, has played a key influence in what I'm doing today, is that it has made me go out there, seek opportunities, talk to people. I love talking a lot. So if you're sitting with me, you'll just hear me talking. And that was a great way for me to make so many new people. And also, I love hearing stories from people, because everyone here, whether it's all of us, whether it's all of you sitting in the room, everyone has such a unique story to tell that often you don't get that opportunity. So I love hearing people's stories as well, because that forms great connections.
Thank you very much for that. Tarek, what are your thoughts on this?
Yeah, thank you, and I wish I could go to high school with both of you. So I went to high school in the island of Bahrain, which is where I'm from, tiny island in the Middle East. It went to an international school, so it was 75 plus nationalities. So I went to an experience that may be similar to yours, of being exposed to different religions, faiths, ways of being. And I think what really stuck with me is that as a school found a way to make many worlds exist within one world. There was such a diversity, such a cohesion, that actually once I graduated high school, went to university in the UK, it wasn't near as diverse, wasn't near as inclusive, and I think my whole working experience has been trying to just recreate that, trying to, in my work, make many worlds fit within one world, trying to be in spaces that are international, that are diverse, where I'm really open to the many different ways that human beings can be. And I think that's really something that's stuck me from my school experience.
And how do you think this diversity impacted the goals that you had in high school, and how they changed over time?
Well, it definitely changed. And I think definitely in relation to how I think about purpose. Because in high school, I used to think about purpose in what I do. And I thought about it in terms of, okay, what do I want to do in terms of what I want to be in? So I wanted to be a graphic designer. First, was very passionate about graphic design. At the age of 14, I started a graphic design business, used to do logos and designs for big banks and companies. I followed my passion, and I found that actually following my passion was the wrong advice, because I found actually, yes, I'm passionate about this one thing and doing this one thing, but it didn't really define who I wanted to be. At university, and as I got older, I realized actually in that diversity, success and purpose for me became not what I want to do, but what I want to be. I realized that what I want to be is hopefully a more kind human being, a more compassionate human being, a human being that's more generous with people around me. And I think that really became my guide in terms of my purpose, and it's something that I only realized years later was the seed that was planted in high school.
Wow, that's actually a very interesting response. Secondly, I would like to direct another question to this panel. Does it take a specific set of skills to learn to trust in oneself? Eleanor, would you like to begin?
Different set of skills. I think you can always develop skills, so you don't need to have them first. To really trust yourself, you need to go on experiments. And you need to be kind to yourself. You need to be tough enough that you're going to push yourself and get on the ice bath or talk to that person you're really scared of. You need to go and ask for that job. You need to go to this 10,000 interviews. But you also have to be kind to yourself with those failures and understand it's part of the process. That's the skill you need and you can develop, is this understanding and constant resilience. Resilience is really the one thing that's going to get you anywhere. Like you just work and go for it. But to not erode yourself, you also need to be kind. So I think that's one of the main skills you have. There's obviously lots of them, so compassion, communication. I think also one of the biggest one is being curious. Always want to learn more about people, about knowledge, about, I don't know, how things work in general, you know, just from a human standpoint, mechanical standpoint, biology, whatever. But you can develop them. This no door is actually completely shut. It's up to you to, you know, go for it.
Wow, and obviously this curiosity has led you to develop numerous ambitions that you pursue today. How do you find the motivation to keep pursuing these ambitions?
maybe I'm too curious, I don't know, I have this motivation. It's sometimes tough, yeah, like sometimes you see that your objective is a bit harder than you thought, or you're lacking a bit of energy, but what's important is that you always have your mission clear and that you remember why you're doing it. You're doing it because you think it's right, you're doing it because you like it. When you stop liking it, do you think, is it because I'm tired or not? And if you know it's just that you're tired, it's probably that your objective is still true, it's still your more. Like usually, for example, when I found a climate clock, I was in the shower and I was anxious about climate, and I was like, I really want to do something about climate change. And it seems that the biggest issue you have right now is you have climate deniers, you have people who know climate change is real and don't do anything about it, and that you have people who really know there's something going on, but feel they can't do enough. And I was like, what I want to do is take those people who are anxious and those people who believe they don't do anything, get them working together and empower them. And sometimes I'm tired and I'm not working on it, and sometimes I remember, well, I need to do this. There's a need, and this is how I find the motivation, is I find something I really believe in and I go for it. And yeah, sometimes you lose it, but sometimes you have a nap and then a coffee and poof, you get back on.
I think that's a very, very interesting take on this. Moving back to the previous question, JD, for you, is there a specific skill that you need to trust in yourself?
Yeah, I think for me it was trekking in the mountains. That was the skill I needed for the work that I do. So within my organization, we are bringing clean energy and development access to the remotest communities of India. And what I mean when I say remote is that you have to trek 5 to 10 days sometimes to reach these villages. So it did involve a lot of trekking. And frankly, again, coming back to the high school thing, I did not find my purpose in high school. I did not find my purpose in university. For me, it came much later on when I was on one of the expeditions to the Himalayas, where I could see that as an individual, we were able to, and as a group of people together, we were able to transform the lives of the villagers that we visited. And so that was a lighting moment for me. And coming back and then pursuing my passion also required the same motivation like you talked about, that you will face hardships, you will face frustration because it can get lonely sometimes. You feel that you are passionate about it, but the whole world does not understand what you're trying to do, or nobody understands what you're doing. So it does get frustrating, but I think the whole idea is that you need to remind yourself why you're doing what you're doing. And in my case, that came through multiple instances, falling in glacial river streams, or hanging off the edge of a cliff, just being saved by a piece of rock, and being stranded there. I'm looking at, the only thing that comes to your mind beyond I need to save myself is, why am I doing what am I doing? And in those moments, you become very clear as to what your purpose is, what you really want to achieve out there. And that does not mean that all of you start hanging off cliffs to find your purpose in life. But it's a learning process, and it comes to you naturally. So if it's still not come to you, don't be frustrated, don't worry. Sometimes you just need to enjoy things, and as you're enjoying what you're doing, you'll find that the sense of purpose and the sense of vision slowly can come to you.
Speaking of high school, Tarek, if you could go back to high school, what's one thing that you would do differently?
Ooh. There's an exam I should have done better on. I think one of the things was I regret not asking more questions. I regret actually not being more curious about my colleagues, my classmates, about the lives that they're living, the stories that they're living. And I maybe put you on the spot a little here, because I think I do regret that, but obviously there's opportunities always to make amends for your regrets. I know we were having a conversation earlier about your 10-year plan, so I'd love to maybe flip the question back to you in that sort of same spirit, purely so that I no longer regret and not asking enough questions at high school. Maybe you could answer the same question you asked us, kind of how do you think about your purpose, and how have you thought about your vision for the next decade?
Sure, thank you so much for asking me this question. So obviously, moving away from the little purpose of this panel, I will answer your question briefly. I think for me, my sense of purpose is starting to be shaped by what interests me. I have to say, while I do have a plan for my life ahead, I wouldn't have a clearly defined sense of purpose. So far I have been really interested in law and it's just something that deeply fascinates me. And after attending a couple courses, attending a couple lectures, I have found that my interest in the subject just keeps growing. And so I guess it's, again, kind of combining that sort of passion and seeing how that goes along. However, moving away from me now, and back to you, our panelists. So while we're speaking of regrets of high school, Eleanor, would you like to add something to this?
Stress less, I think. Sleep a bit more. My brain was not happy about the 5 hours of sleep per night. And I would have done much better on exams. No, I had a lovely time in high school. I was lucky to be very interested in my professors, to have great teachers, great friends. So yeah, I think mostly the sleep and telling myself it's going to be all right. You know, you don't need to work so hard. You don't need to stress so much. Uni is going to be way worse. That's the main thing, really.
Thank you so much for that. And when it comes to actually finding your purpose, JD, if you could pinpoint one person, event, or object that had the greatest impact on your purpose, what would it be?
I think just to also add to the past question, if there are any regrets from the past, for me, the way I look at past is you always respect it. It is who you are today. And would I change anything? Absolutely no. So the past is the past, the future is the future. You live in the present and you make most of what your present is. Of course, you learn from the past and you learn from your mistakes. The event in my life that really shaped my purpose is the one that I talked about earlier, is traveling to the remote village and being able to transform this community who had never had seen what a light bulb is to having electricity powered by solar energy. And I still remember the way we did that was, of course, putting up solar panels on every house, and then in the night, the whole village is completely dark. All the villagers are standing with us, and we do a countdown, like 3, 2, 1, and then the lights come on. And the emotion, the joy, the happiness that was on the faces of the people, we were celebrating till like 2 a.m. in the night, and nobody switched off the lights that night. So I had to sleep in a room with the lights on, because they did not allow me to switch it off, because that's how much it meant to them. And so when you could see that, okay, what did you do? You did not lose anything. So it's not about doing big, grand things, but you just empowered a community with a technology solution that would transform their life. That was really the sort of transformative movement for me to understand, okay, this can be done at a larger scale as well.
And moving on, I think you said about the future. So moving on with this notion of the future, Tarek, how has your ideal legacy shaped your sense of purpose?
Well, so I'll connect it to, I think, the previous question, something you said as well earlier. It makes me think of another Oprah moment. So you mentioned around, Oprah makes it seem easy, but in fact, obviously the journey wasn't easy for her. So Oprah has an amazing podcast, Super Soul Sundays, if you want to check it out, available on all podcast platforms. But there was a podcast episode with a faith leader. His name is Dr. Michael Backworth. And there was this kind of line that he said to Oprah, which was, pain pushes until vision pulls. So pain pushes until vision pulls. And what he kind of meant by that was a little deep story. Often it's the most difficult moments of life which are shaping us, and that was very true for me. How I thought about my purpose was really defined by my most difficult, my most challenging moments in life, where I didn't hang off a cliff, but I was definitely off many metaphorical cliffs in life. And I find it's those moments where we're feeling low, we're stressed, we're maybe facing difficulties with family, we're facing challenges in our studies. Those are the moments that I feel and I trust, are pushing you towards, I think, where you need to be and are shaping you until there's this larger vision that's then able to pull you towards the future. And I also think, just connecting to also one of your previous questions around trust, the skill that I think that is required to make sure that all those difficult moments don't go to waste, so to speak, is you need to practice the skill of being honest. The foundation of trust is honesty. If you're going to trust your parent, your teacher, you expect them to be honest. And I think it's to be honest with yourself. Be honest of when things are really difficult, to acknowledge that. when things are not going well, to acknowledge that. When things are going great and wonderful, also to acknowledge that. And I think the more you're honest with yourself, where are you really, what am I really feeling, what do I really want, what is really true to me, I think all those more difficult moments in life you're able to make sense of, and will help you then have this vision that you don't know quite exists yet, but is going to be pulling you towards the future.
So you've all obviously shared a lot of key takeaways and experiences that you've had. And to bring this discussion to a close, I would like to ask if you could condense all of your experiences into one piece of advice that you would give high schoolers today. What would it be? If that is, of course, possible.
You want to take
Maybe
that?
JD.
No. You want to.
JD, if you would like to start.
I think, yeah, like I said, don't stress over it. Let it come naturally to you. That's it, yeah.
Perfect. That was very condensed, and I think something that we will all be able to remember. Would Tarek or Eleanor, would you guys like to add to anything?
I think it's more the same thing. The more experience you have and the older you get, the more you realize there's nothing you can't overcome except death. Death is the only thing that you can't really combat for. And the rest, your exams are nothing compared to that. Your exams are nothing compared to the rest of your life. Things are going to be okay. Maybe you're going to have to redo a year, maybe you're going to have to redo an exam, maybe you're not going to get the job you want right away. It's fine. It's fine. Just enjoy, learn, be excited about life, and things are going to be okay, really.
And on that notion, I would like to thank all of our panelists for their responses to today. I would now like to transition into a short 2-minute break and to allow you, the audience, to consolidate what you have learned from our knowledgeable panelists today, and to come up with any questions that you might like to ask our panelists in the upcoming audience Q&A section. Thank you. Thank you very much, everyone. That is unfortunately the end of our break. And now, while some people have already been submitting their questions to the Mentimeter, I would like again to take this moment to say that you can either text your questions to the Mentimeter using the code seen above, or ask them directly by raising your hand, in which case a mic will be brought to you, and you can ask them directly to our panelists. Before we get into questions, I have actually been reminded by the Mentimeter that Tarek didn't share his piece of advice. So therefore, Tarek, would you like to share?
Well, first, I'm not sure you should listen to advice from us because we, in the break, were discussing our napping techniques in school and like how fast it was good to nap on our tables, on the sofas, and but no, thank you, and thank you for all those that asked. You know, I'd say experiment, and maybe let me double that. Experiment, experiment, experiment. I think there's two people in life. There's those that have a philosophy of follow your passions, and those that have a philosophy of don't follow your passions. That's absolutely the worst advice in the world. For me, it's more the latter, because I think what I found is that I have many passions in life. I only found that out after experimenting with many different fields. You know, I studied graphic design, and at university I went and studied banking and finance. Then after that I did a master's in biology, and after that I did a master's in faith and divinity. And I found that all of these were actually a part of me, all of these were part of my story, but I couldn't really find that out until I experimented. But what was really required for me to be able to do that is that each time I had to let go of the story of who I thought I was. To let go of the story of, oh, but I'm the banker. Oh, but I'm the graphic designer. Oh, but I'm this and I'm that. And as soon as I was able to let go of that, you know, that story that I had in my head of, oh, this is who I am, I think it really opened up that possibility of who I could actually become and step into, but that really only comes from really experimenting, ethically and responsibly, of course.
Thank you very much for your answer. So therefore, would anyone in the audience like to raise their hand to ask a question? Perhaps you here? In the white sweater, yes.
So I was wondering, like as kids, what were your hopes and dreams, and is that who you became right now as well? So would you say if you met a younger version of yourselves, would it be what they expected, or would they be surprised at who you became?
Should we just answer?
Sorry?
Should we just answer?
Yes, of course, by all means.
They would be surprised. Because as a kid, like I said, for me, the whole process of understanding what I really want to do came much later in life. In high school, I was only concerned with making new friends every time, playing the sport, and just enjoying my life as a student. So that was my focus. Impact, sustainability, creating, doing good work was never in the picture till a very long time in my life. So they would be surprised.
Thank you.
If I may add another thing, I think I would be surprised too. Although I wanted to be an engineer, astrophysicist since I was a kid. I mean, that was clear for me, like math, physics, that was going to be something, then moved to pilot, astronaut, blah, blah. But it was more or less the same objective. What I think really changed is when you're younger, you think one-dimensionally. You think about the activities you're going to do, but you don't think about how kind you're going to be, how attentive you're going to be, how, maybe you're going to be outspoken. And I did, for example, I think it was an evaluation when I was 10, and I did say that I didn't want to work with people. I thought that being with people was tedious, it was difficult to be that. They were emotional, and they were not logical, and I didn't like that. And I really enjoy working with people. And so you go from this one-dimensional version where you think that, and actually you are so much more, you may be more fun or more annoying, or you clean or you dirty, and that's what's really cool about growing up, it's becoming a whole person.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? Yes.
So a lot of people pursue careers for more monetary reasons than passion reasons. Do you think that's considered ethical or being true to yourself?
Would anyone like to take that?
I don't think there's anything wrong with making money. Frankly, because, and look, a lot of my batchmates, so I did my engineering and mechanical from one of the colleges in India, and a lot of my peers and batchmates, someone is in investment banking, someone is in consultancy, does not mean that they have not found their purpose. They are happy doing what they're doing because that is what matters to them. Yes, if money is the only driver for you, you can't be passionate enough. I mean, it stops at a certain point. At a certain point, money does not matter anymore for a lot of people. It's got to do with what you're doing, what you're pursuing as a passion. For someone who's in investment banking, will you say that they're not passionate about what they're doing? Yes, they are. If someone is into trading or hedge funds, are they not passionate about what they're doing? They are. They like the maths. They like beating the market. They are in the competitive space. They are very passionate. And they're in fact some of the most passionate people. But as an outcome of that, are they making a lot of money? Yes. So is making money bad? Absolutely not.
Thank you. And just a little note for our audience. When asking your questions, could you please direct it to a specific panelist that you would like to answer your question? Thank you. Yes.
For Debbie,
could you please wait for the microphone? Thank you.
So what made you choose a project in the remotest areas of India, like the Himalayas specifically? Why did you think they needed electricity?
Because why not, essentially? Because if you look at it, these are some of the remotest places where nobody, I mean, I've been to places where I have been the first outsider. Not just in India, I was in Sumatra 2 years back, and we were going on in a dingy boat for 4 hours. The guy who was driving the boat with the diesel engine, he said, there's a rapid coming, if the boat crumbles down, just jump into the water. And so luckily we did not have to do that, but then we approach a bank of a sort of an island place where we see some kids playing, and that's where there was a village with like more than 100 households who had no access to nothing, and I was like the first outsider. And so sometimes you got to understand, if you can do it, then why not? You know, I love the tagline that Nike has, just do it. So don't think much about it. If you like something, if you're passionate about it, do it. And also to add to what Tariq also mentioned, right? Be ready to fail also. You will fail a lot. Be happy, because if you're succeeding too much in life, think of it that there's something wrong that you're doing. Because, you know, it's like life cannot all be sweet. You need sweet, you need the salt as well. So success has ups and downs are part and parcel. So if you're failing also, that's good, because you know you're doing the right thing, that's why you're failing.
Thank you. Yes.
Eleanor, how do you know if you found your purpose?
If I failed or failed?
How do you know if you found your purpose?
I don't know if I found my purpose, actually. I just do what I love. I mean, sometimes I feel that I need to solve a problem, and I start thinking about it. How am I going to build a thing? Is it an organization? Is it, you know, a setup? Is it a phone call to help someone? I don't have one purpose in life. For example, I want to be an astronaut, and I know the chances are extremely low. What's amazing is the journey I'm taking to get there. I don't need to feel it completely to be satisfied. I just have things I'm excited, things I want to solve, and I go for it. And the things I learn along the path are worth it, even if I don't make it there. I don't know if that answers the question.
Yes.
I guess this could be answered by any of the panelists, but before in the panel, like the concept of a 10-year plan was mentioned. Do you think that there's a point in making a 10-year plan, or is it better to just kind of go with the flow?
Question for you.
I would actually like to direct it to you, Tariq.
Oh no, actually, you know what, Tariq, where do you see yourself 10 years down the line?
Pick your plan.
I'm the worst person to ask that question. I'm very much a believer of there's a saying where I'm from, is that you need to be a son and daughter of the present moment. Being that, sometimes, of course, there's used to thinking 10 years ahead, but actually a lot of us are not able to be present in the second that we're in, the minute that we're in, the 5 minutes that we're in. If I think of success in two ways, and there's a wonderful 13th century Persian mystic by the name of Jalaluddin Rumi, who said something very profound, I think, around purpose, which was, yesterday I was clever, so I wanted to change myself. Today I'm wise, so I want to change myself. Yesterday I was clever, I wanted to change the world. Today I'm wiser and I want to change myself. And I think it's the changing myself part, which you can't do in a 10-year plan. It's a 10-second plan. It's, am I really paying attention to you and your question? Am I sensing where is it coming from? Am I connecting you compassionately? Am I being generous in my answer? I think for me, often when we think about success and plans, we often miss those basics, those fundamentals, the foundational aspects, which is to be a good human being. And then from there, yes, I trust the many plans will come. I do have goals and charts and all of the rest of it, yes I do. And I find that's helpful in one domain, but none of that can come from a place that's, I think, grounded and embodied, unless I really think about who do I actually want to be as a human being. And I think that's the plan.
Also to add,
I've got no If you aim at having a specific career, for example, well, I take the example of astronaut because that's a thing where you need a lot of different skills that you can't just get like this. You can make a 10-year plan, but there's going to be so many changes along the way. And maybe your 10 years is actually going to take you 15 years. Maybe it's going to take you 5 years. Maybe in the middle you're going to change your mind. But the important is that if you did make that plan, that you remember why you did it, and if you still want to do it. One way I look at things is always past me looks for future me. So for example, when I was in high school, my sister is a year older than me and she had her final exams, so I finished 2 weeks earlier than she did. She still was in exam, I was already on holidays, and instead of going away, I took all my notes of all the years and I did summaries and blah blah. I did literally hours of work. A year later, at the same time, I took those summaries and all I had to do was take them out and read them through. Because past me was looking out for future me. This is, in that way you can make a 10-year plan. You can think ahead. Even when you're tired, what are the things that you want to do later? Maybe you wanted to do a master's, right now you don't feel well, but you're going to sign up because in 10 years, you would potentially like to be there. In that regard, you can think of this 10-year plan, where are you going, what are you going to need, what kind of training, but just know it's going to wobble a lot, and that's actually what's really exciting, is that you can plan anything to the last detail. You sure Mother Earth is going to come like, nope, not today. You're going to have some changes, and these are actually tough, but they're amazing. So yes, some careers I think you can do this 10-year plan, but it's very, and also some people absolutely hate it. Like they're like, no, I don't want to know what I'm doing in 10 years. That's what's fun.
And to each his own. Everyone has their own way of looking at how they want to make goals for themselves. For some it's more spontaneous, some like it more structured. So just understand what works for you. Try different strategies, see what works for you, and then ultimately find your path. Because I am who I am because of who I am. He is who he is because of who he is. She is who is because who she is. So because we have those individual personalities.
And on that note of wisdom, I would like to thank all of our panelists once again. That is unfortunately all. Today, I would like to invite anyone from the audience who has any further questions to ask our panelists to please come to the stage and just ask their questions directly. However, please be mindful of the time to transition into session 7, which starts at 2:35. I would like to once again thank all of our panelists for all of their experiences, and thank you, the audience, for your occasion. Have a good day.
talking about these culture war bits, which this is what he's doing to rile up his base. He's more interested in running for president than running our state.
If we can use the opportunities and potentials that exist here to grow our world, then there is a relation between World Economic Forum leaving got impact on the world.
For young people, the unique aspect that we have is that we don't look at it as a burden, but more as an opportunity.
We're tired of too much coming to Davos and then going back and not doing anything, right?
I've been here for 4 days and no one has been listening.
A lot of people are curious to hear what we have to say, but it's what they do with what we say that really counts.
Less than half of Americans between the ages of 18 to 29 voted in the 2016 presidential elections. And in the 2014 European Parliament elections, this number was only 28%. However, 2022 saw the second largest youth voter turnout in nearly 3 decades during the midterm elections, with the 2019 Australian elections having a record rate of young people enrolling to vote at 88%. Although activism is having a growing impact and larger voice, the voices of young people are often misrepresented on a political scale, despite our generation having the greatest access to information than any generation before. With all of this information at our fingertips, civic education and mindedness are vital in enabling the youth to engage their ideas and communicate them in serious political conversations, encouraging world leaders to take a variety of perspectives into account. Hello, my name is Amelia and I'm a grade 12 student here at ISL and a member of the YFS series team. And I would like to welcome you to the Youth Representation in Politics panel. Joining me for this session, I'm honored to welcome all of the panelists here today. First, I would like to introduce Benedikt Schmidt. Benedikt is the co-president of Junge Mitte Zurich, and he attended the World Economic Forum in 2022 after launching a cantonal popular initiative working to improve the care of mentally ill children and young people, which is now supported by 6 political parties. I would also like to introduce Marcus Roby. Marcus has been working as a Swiss diplomat for the Foreign Ministry since 2004, with positions in Canada, China, and Japan. Being the father of 3 teenagers, integrating and promoting the voice of the youth is a central concern for him. Next, I would like to introduce Nora Baruba. Nora is the president of the National Council of Swedish Youth Organizations, who collectively mobilize over 650,000 children and young people. She also served on the board of the European Youth Parliament between 2017 and 2020. Finally, I would like to introduce Ashley Tutor-Jones. Ashley is the founder of Raise Our Voice Australia, an initiative working to boost the number of young diverse voices in public decision-making. Ashley also co-founded the Girls Take Over Parliament movement in 2017, and her work is mainly focused on closing societal gaps. The first half of this session will allow our panelists to openly answer questions that I have prepared for them, with the remaining time allowing you, the audience, to ask any questions you might have. If you do have a question during the session, please submit it to the Mentimeter, and the code for this can be seen on the screen. So, I would like to begin with my first question, which will be directed to Ashley. Your organisation, Raise Our Voice Australia, sparked an initiative that allowed young people to submit speeches to MPs and senators advocating for issues they believe required action. What was the reaction to this in Parliament?
So, first of all, thank you very much for your question. It has been a really interesting experience. So, it's a pretty basic concept. Politicians are meant to represent everybody, right? Shouldn't be too controversial. Yet, politicians aren't very good at representing young voices, and the voices of young people often aren't heard in our political decision-making. So we had a very simple ask. We asked politicians in our federal parliament to give up one of their 90-second speaking slots to read a speech written by young people. We had a really good response, I have to say. So we ran it as a trial last year and we had no idea what to expect. We didn't know if politicians were going to sign on, we didn't know if young people would submit speeches, and we just hoped that we weren't going to be embarrassed. We told a lot of politicians that young people want to be heard, we want to be included, we want to play a role in designing our future, and they didn't let us down. So we had nearly 70 out of 227 federal politicians participate last year. This year, that number rose to 85, and in total over 2 years, we've now collected 999 speech submissions. I remember that number acutely, because it's one short of 1,000, and I was just hoping for that final submission. But it was also a great opportunity for us to put the issues that young people care about in front of politicians, to show them that we're engaged, to show them that we have a vision for the future. And some of those politicians' officers took that very seriously, and they continued to engage with the young people who submitted the speeches, and they spent more time advocating for the issues that young people cared about. So that was a very positive outcome from the campaign.
Thank you for such interesting insight on an amazing project that maybe people here today could even bring back to their own communities. I would like to direct my next question to Nora's work as part of the European Youth Parliament. Civic education and participation is something that the Youth Parliament heavily focuses on. Why is it so important in aiding the involvement of youth in political conversation?
Thank you, and I would also like to say a big thank you to you and to all the organizers for a fantastic event. I'm no longer part of the European Youth Parliament, but I bring those values with me into my current work. But I would like to start, maybe before answering, by just asking 3 questions to the audience. So you can just raise your hand if what I'm asking you resonates. So how many people in this room are old enough to vote? A couple of people. How many people in this room are engaged in an organization, perhaps a youth organization? A handful of people, a couple of, I see a lot of people over here. And how many of you are engaged in a political party? Not as many hands. I think I'm asking those questions because, first of all, I would like the number of people able to vote in this room to be everyone. I think we should lower the voting age. But civic education is fundamental in how young people understand their societies. It's about giving young people the tools to understand their communities, their societies, but also the tools to shape them. And unless we give young people both the tools and the access to shape politics, there is no way that we can do it. So for us, that was a fundamental principle of we cannot really tackle any of these things unless young people have institutional competence, that they understand at which level decisions are made, to understand what the difference between the national or regional and local level is, to make informed decisions. But also that it's necessary to give young people this push to activate themselves. I like to think of young people's participation in 3 different clusters. So first of all, activation. Activation is, for example, online engagement. You've found an issue you're passionate about, you want to voice your concerns somehow, you don't really know how to do it, so you choose the methods that are in front of you. Or to go to, for example, one protest or demonstration. And then there's the kind of more structured participation, which is, for example, engaging in an organization. It's a fantastic way to find like-minded people, to mobilize around a different cause. The organization I represent, we are the umbrella organization for youth organizations in my country, and we really see the effects of young people in the public domain, in advocacy and policy making, when young people come together around different issues, whether it be climate and environment, or segregation, issues of inclusion, economic policy, etc., to really find your allies. So maybe you can look around in this room and see if you're not engaged already, are there some people here that you can come together with, organize something, maybe even in your school. And then there's the formal participation, which is, for example, voting, but it's also running for office. And as Ashley spoke about, the representation of young people in decision-making is absurdly low. 3% of parliamentarians worldwide are under the age of 30. And we cannot forget about the perspectives of people under the age of 30, because what that means, if we don't have representation, is that the perspectives of young people in schools and their everyday lives and their lived experiences are being ignored. So I would also really incentivize all of you. It might seem like a far off step. It's maybe not the easiest thing to get going, but to run for office. We always, when I speak to young people, they always say, oh, but the people who are running our country or people in parliament, you know, they're way smarter than I am, etc. I can tell you that they're not, and that's not really the important thing. The important thing in a representative democracy is your lived experiences and to identify your values. So please do consider that path as well, because it's great that we have young people on the streets protesting, demanding. It's great that we have young people in organizations mobilizing. But if we're constantly on the outside, we will always have to push for someone else to do it. So if next year, maybe if someone asked a question, is anyone running for office, there will be a couple of hands in the air.
Thank you, Nora. And leading on from your point about the difference between advocacy and actually getting involved and, for example, running for office, I would like to get Benedict's opinion on the connection between this. Advocacy and protests led by young people, often using social media, are increasing rapidly. And to what extent does this advocacy have the potential to influence political decision-making?
Well, also from my side, thanks a lot for the invitation and the possibility to speak here to so many young people. I think this is really important for our whole democracy because it helps us to build up our own opinion. And yeah, I think social media is just another thing, another challenge for our democracy, because you got those algorithms which build up those bubbles, and inside those bubbles you don't have the same discussions anymore that you have, like you have in real reality. And yeah, I guess this is a big problem for our whole society, and I think also while the pandemic we saw that coming, and it's getting bigger and bigger. And if you see like the whole society in the US, I see what happens when the whole society gets polarized more and more and more. And this is also why education, political education, is really, really important. And I'm a big fan of what we are doing right now, because this is physical and we can interact with each other and see and hear what everybody in this room sees. Yeah.
Thank you. This is all we have time for in terms of my questions. We are now going to take a 2-minute break to allow you to process all this information. After the break, you will have an opportunity to directly ask the panelists a question, or you can submit your question to the Mentimeter, and the code can be seen on the screen. Thank you. So I would like to take the first question from the Mentimeter, and it is directed to Marcus. And it says, what are your thoughts on having more young political people involved in political decisions?
Thank you very much, Mayra. And I'm actually happy I'm getting this question and not the question that originally was planned, because it was a really tough one. I was supposed to compare my experience in 3 different countries, China, Japan, and Canada, where I served as a diplomat, in terms of civic education. And I have to say, I'm not a civic education specialist. So my response would have been very generic. But what I can say is that working abroad, in my case as a diplomat, gives you a whole different perspective on your own country. So when I was in China 4 years, Canada 4 years, Japan 4 years, I always reflected on, for instance, youth participation in politics with respect to my country, Switzerland. And when I do that, I very often come to the conclusion that we are very privileged in what we have. We have so many opportunities. You know, we do have the very formal opportunity to participate in political parties like Benedikt Schmid. I'm sure he would love to have many more of you in the room joining his party and getting engaged formally into politics. But you have so many student organization possibilities. You have the Youth Forum Switzerland. It's also a kind of political engagement. And in the context of the area that I'm working in, the Agenda 2030 and the Sustainable Development Goals, you actually have, on a personal basis, on a daily basis, you have possibilities to get engaged and to make a difference. So what is my perspective on young people getting engaged into politics? It can be anything. It can be anything as long as you're interested. As long as you're interested in making a difference, as long as you're interested and curious in also talking to your neighbor that you're sitting next to, in asking him what is your political engagement. Maybe he or she is active in his community, working in a commission. Maybe he or she is active in a sports club, taking responsibility. So there's so many opportunities. And I think, especially in Switzerland, but I would say in Europe in general, we are very, very privileged to have all these opportunities.
Thank you, Marcus. If there is any people in the audience who would like to ask a question, you can just raise your hand. There's some questions at the front here. And please stand up and you can introduce yourself and ask your question.
So, hi, this is a question for Marcus specifically. To what extent do you believe that young people's opinions regarding politics should affect diplomacy with countries, especially with China, which is a country known for having, you know, some shady parts to whatever they're doing? Not Xinjiang, but I'm going with this. Yeah, what do you think about that?
I'm not quite sure if I understood the question correctly. So what I think about youth engagement towards a country like China in diplomacy. Well, diplomacy is the reflection of the politics of a certain country, right? So as a Swiss diplomat, I represent Switzerland, and so to say also the Swiss political system, the diversity of the different parties. Diplomats are usually not partisan, so we're not supposed to make politics in a party sense, but we are supposed to represent the values and the laws and the identity of Switzerland abroad. And what we tend to be very careful is in judging or let's say having an opinion about the country where we are posted to or where we work with. So you took the example of China. I take a very neutral stance to what's happening in China. I'm observing, I'm seeing advantages and disadvantages. I'm asking myself, what does this mean for the relationship between Switzerland and China? Where do we have to be careful? Now, in terms of political participation, of course, it's not comparable. A Chinese person your age has different kind of opportunities to participate politically than you probably have. But it's not me who has to judge on that. We have to work with the circumstances and together with China find solutions also for the global problems. So I'm very careful in taking an opinion about that. But that's also the diplomat in me.
Do we have any other questions in the audience? There's a question back there. Sure.
Thank you. My name is Nisha, and as we're talking about including more youth and getting us engaged in politics with the limited age on voting, what initiatives can we take to become more engaged? Thank you.
Nora, do you want to start?
Yeah, I won't repeat myself, but if I could give some recommendations to people in this room, I'm not telling you what to do, by the way. Identify your values. I don't think we've spoken enough about values today. I think that's a central component. Values and purpose connect. Identify issues you care about. But then, when you've done those two things, there are different ways you can engage. There's, of course, the way that all citizens over the age of 18 can do, which is to vote, to make informed choices. You can start an organization. You can get engaged in an organization that already exists. And when you are engaged in those organizations, you can push those organizations to drive policy and advocacy. Because if you do it in big numbers, there's no way they can ignore you. You can join a party political youth wing. I know that for many people, this feels like a very foreign concept. But we need young people also in the political parties. The political parties need to be reflective of society, and they currently are not. And I'm not telling you which one to choose, it's up to you. And when you're in a political party, you can also run for office or candidate. And just looking at the people here, if anyone later in a couple of years would decide to run for office, you have this amazing community around you that can mobilize for you if they agree with you. That is one point. But I would say don't stop or don't just activate online, because it's important. It's a way to bring issues to attention, but it's not where decisions are made. Follow the process and engage throughout the year, in things that actually take more time to drive policy dialogue, etc. And it doesn't have to be super complicated. You don't have to be engaged in all the issues. If you just have like one singular issue, that's fine. One singular thing that you want to achieve, that's fine.
Thank you, Nora. There is a question on the Mentimeter that I would like to direct to Ashley. What are some of the systematic barriers to youth under 30s becoming directly involved in politics as politicians? And what are some ways we might overcome these?
This is a great question, and I'm glad that it caveated directly involved as politicians, because my first answer was going to be, nothing stops you from joining a party. In terms of barriers, so we had an election in Australia recently which saw incredible youth participation, and the result of that was an increase in political representation of parties taking action on climate in particular. It saw the changeover of a Conservative government, which we had for 9 years, which was not seen by a lot of young people as representing their interests. But I haven't actually found the data yet on whether or not there was an increase in young candidates. And I'm fascinated to see what the outcome was, because we know that young people were turning up and they were volunteering for candidates, they were door knocking, they were having conversations. They were the enablers for a lot of the candidates, but I'm not convinced that they were the candidates themselves. So there are quite a few barriers to young people. I think one is the cost of running for office. And I can't speak to your local context, but I know certainly in Australia, no one pays you to run for office. So it relies on you being able and equipped to do a lot of unpaid work. And the reality is, a lot of people can't afford to do that. So that is a significant barrier, particularly for young people. We're less likely to have savings and economic power behind us. Another is age prejudice. Society doesn't tend to look at young people and think, yeah, you've got a lot to bring to the table. You are what a leader looks like. When we think of political leaders, we tend to think of people in a particular age bracket. In Australia, they tend to have a particular life experience as well. We have a vast overrepresentation of people with tertiary education and master's education. We have a lot of lawyers. We have a lot of people who've got professional careers. And while that is experience we need represented in Parliament, there are more tertiary educated people and lawyers and people with professional careers in our Parliament than there are in the population. And ultimately, it's critical that the policies that govern our lives are made by people who understand our lives and our experiences. And this is why it's so critical that we have young representatives. A lot of people making policies around things like the cost of education or social media policies are not the generation that have grown up with the current challenges that we're facing, same with the climate. So we really do need to change our idea of what a leader looks like, because the fact that all of you are in this room today, we are leaders. We're not just leaders of tomorrow. We are here, we're leading now, we're leading today. And we deserve a say in designing the world, not just that we live in, but that we will continue to be custodians of.
And Nora, do you want to add to?
Yeah, I mean, I fully agree with Ashley. I would just add one thing, because I think for many people it seems like something very far away. You, especially as a young person, you think, okay, 50-year-old, probably white man in a suit with a certain type of background, a certain type of education, who speaks in a certain way, you know, I can't really get there. Or if I get there, maybe I have to act like that and speak like him to be taken seriously. And there's no point in increased representation if people who enter those spaces just copy people in those spaces. So I think it's important that you learn to be genuine with yourself, to speak as you usually speak, to dress as you dress, maybe not in Parliament where there are official rules, but at least you can be a bit colorful. No one will prohibit that. And to stick to your stances and to realize that because you are different, you are needed. Instead of thinking because you're different, it's impossible. Because once again, representative democracy needs to be representative.
Thank you. Do we have any more audience questions? There's one here at the front.
My name is Finley. I wanted to ask you, Nora, you said you wanted to lower the voting age, and I was wondering what you thought would be an adequate age for people to be able to vote.
I'll try to be short. So, I think the voting age should be lowered to 16, and it's not just me who think this. It has been implemented in many countries. In Austria, in Estonia, Scotland has had a trial version, I think. It's being tried at the municipal level in Norway. And it's not that crazy of an idea, because also in most countries, young people that are 16 years old or 17 years old have to pay taxes and have all of these responsibilities in society, but they don't get the right to vote. I personally think it could be lowered more, but 16 is a good starting point.
And any more audience questions at the front?
Hi, my name is Alina, and I was just wondering what's the best way that you can ensure that youth and children get a good political education in school, as I feel like that's lacking right now. And I feel like if you want to join politics, you should first know the basis so you can kind of, you know, get around, see what you wanna join.
Benedict, did you want to start?
Well, in my case, I was just interested into news. And in Switzerland we have like SRF, which is neutral political journalism, which everybody can afford. And yeah, by that, I just wanted to have more discussions with people my age. So I started that first in school. Later I went for a first event to my party. And it was really, really cool, and we had really, really nice discussions. And what I felt is that everybody there believed like the same thing we are discussing here now, that we really have to get more young people into politics, because all those decisions that are made will affect our future, and many older people are deciding now how our future will look like. And this is like kind of movement now in our party, which is really, really cool. And we also started this with our initiative. And also there, if you do it smart, also older people will like your engagement, will think like, oh my God, this is really cool what they're doing. And this is also what we see now on the streets while we are collecting signatures for our initiative. And yeah, I think you just have to try, because if you try, you will see how everything is actually, and that it is actually quite easy and not that difficult. And in Switzerland, as it was mentioned before, we have so many possibilities to engage ourselves. We have that on communal level. You can run for a communal mandate, you can run for a cantonal mandate, you can run even for a national mandate. And yeah, and you also can vote about so many initiatives every year, like 4 times a year. It's amazing. So if you have the opportunity to do that, I really tell you, do it, because it's a privilege, and people are fighting for this at the moment in Europe for their political rights. And we have it, and it's a really, really big privilege.
Thank you for sharing so many ways that young people in Switzerland and students can become involved in politics. Ashley, would you like to?
If I can quickly add to that as well, I would love to see more political education in schools. And that's not just understanding how Parliament works, it's understanding how voting works. In Australia, we have compulsory voting, which I think is actually an excellent thing. But most people, when they go and cast their vote, don't know where their vote goes. They don't know the power of their vote. And if we're not talking and educating people as to the power of their vote, they don't see a lot of incentive in voting. But the other thing I would add to that is that when I'm having conversations with people about the importance of, I also strongly support lowering the voting age. Australia is starting to have that conversation, which I think is really exciting. One common backlash argument we hear is, oh, but young people don't understand politics, which I find funny, because number one, it's coming from the generation which actually had the responsibility to educate us, and they didn't. But two, we don't make that argument about other generations. The fact is, every generation has a portion of people which are politically disengaged. That's just how life works. We can't make everybody passionate about all the things all the time. And when I saw, as recently as yesterday, somebody commented on an Instagram post about lowering the voting age and said, if young people could vote, Kris Jenner would be president. And I just thought, phenomenal. Australia doesn't have a president. Kris Jenner is an Australian, and no. Young people really care about issues, but we never make these arguments for older generations. So I think just acknowledging we are a really passionate generation. We are already, again, we're already out there making change, and don't let that argument from other generations about a lack of political education serve as a barrier to your own participation. But simultaneously, how great would it be if instead of talking about this, we actually fix the problem and just put the education into the school system?
Thank you, Ashley. Unfortunately, this is all we have time for, as this session is now coming to an end. I would like to thank you, the audience, for your questions and participation, as well as our amazing panelists for sharing their insight and experiences into this very important topic. session 8, which is the Explore, Connect, Inspire session that will be held towards the back of the gym and will begin at 3:20. If you do have any further questions for the panelists, please feel free to make your way to the stage, but be mindful of time. Thank you and have a great day.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Kyle Armstrong, a 12th grade student at ISL and a member of the YFS series team. I hope you all had a great day today, met some amazing people, and took away new ideas that you can bring back to your own communities. It is my pleasure to now take this opportunity to acknowledge and thank all of the people that made Youth Forum Switzerland 2023 a possibility. First off, I'd like to thank the ISL Fund for Excellence and our school donors for their continued support of this forum. I'd also like to thank the ISL board, Mr. Barry DeQuan, our school director, and Ms. Lindsay Lawrence, our high school principal. As well as the entire YFS team, who put in countless hours. All of which have put in countless hours to make this event a reality. Now, I would like to recognize two very important groups of people without which this event would not be possible. Firstly, we all need to give a massive thank you to our brilliant speakers and panelists. Thank you for sharing your knowledge, wisdom, and experience. Thank you for sharing your knowledge, wisdom, and experiences with us. Your presences and stories have been invaluable, making this event a success year after year. Secondly, it is just as important to thank you, the audience, and your teachers that took the time and effort to get you here today. Thank you for your participation and engagement with our talks, panels, and speakers. For taking the time to make meaningful connections with our guests, for your support of our sustainability initiatives, and for all of the questions and ideas you have brought up. While this forum may soon be ending, Youth Forum Switzerland will not. In the following weeks, videos and other media of the talks, panels, and the general event will be going live on our YouTube channel and website. So make sure to follow these and stay connected so we can keep the conversation going. Now, it is my pleasure to introduce our closing address. He is the Deputy Head of the Prosperity and Sustainability Division of the Swiss Department of Foreign Affairs, and he was recently elected as one of the delegates of the Federal Council for the 2030 Agenda. He is working to further development and progress towards the UN Sustainability Development Goals, not only in Switzerland, but in the entire international community, with a specific focus on youth empowerment. Please welcome to the stage, Mr. Marcus Rodewy.
Thank you, Kyle, for these very nice introductions. Dear organizers of the Youth Forum Switzerland, dear panelists, speakers, dear students, let me start by telling you that it's such a great pleasure for me to be here today and to be part of this very special event. To be frank, I didn't exactly know what to expect today. And my colleague Tonya and I were preparing this event with a speech, with closing remarks, with also some words for the panel intervention. But frankly, listening to you, your passionate engagement, your ideas, made me change quite a lot in the speech. So what I'm going to talk to you about is my impressions of today, but also my passion, the Agenda 2030 and the Sustainable Development Goals. 2017, as I understand, has been a very important year for YFS. That's when this forum was launched, and I want to congratulate you for bringing it this far. I also understand that it's a very big step after the pandemic to bring it live again. For sustainable development, it was 2015 that was a really special year. Not only did the international community commit to limiting global warming to 1.5 Celsius in the Paris Agreement, in the same year, the United Nations and all its member states adopted the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. Most of you know this agenda with its 17 goals, 169 sub-goals, so it's a very broad framework. And what I find very special is that really the whole global community has committed to these goals. Among us, I'm not so sure if this would be possible again today, in today's context. So we have something really special that we can look at. And now, after 7 years, it's halftime towards 2030. And I think it's a good moment to look at where we stand, both globally and nationally, in implementing these goals. Let me start by globally. First, I think there was a lot of progress towards achieving the goals in the first 3 to 4 years. Especially a lot of people were brought out of poverty and so on. And then came the pandemic. And then came many other wars. Equality grew, access to education, to food, etc. became more and more difficult. And we are now facing, on the global level, a real backlash in terms of reaching the goals. So it doesn't look so good. The community, international community, will take stock in September at the so-called SDG Summit. Our president, Alain Berset, will probably be in New York for this. Maybe it's going to be our foreign minister, Ignacio Cassis, who will represent Switzerland. But the summit, the SDG Summit, will be a very important moment to take stock. On the national level, Switzerland has produced a very comprehensive report last year, the so-called Voluntary National Review. For those of you who are interested, can look it up on the internet. It shows a little bit where Switzerland stands. We have 3 very big challenges. One is we have to make our consumption and our production of food products more sustainable. 2, we have to make an energy transition to more renewable energy, to protect our biodiversity, and to reduce our CO2 emissions. And 3, we have, even in Switzerland, big challenges in terms of equal access to opportunities, equality, and we have to make further efforts in reaching those. There's a strategy on sustainable development, also that you can look it up, how we want to achieve these goals. So, in a nutshell, globally and nationally, Switzerland is a bit, the international community is a bit behind in reaching the goal. We have to make enormous efforts in picking up speed to be where we have to be in 2030. In the words of Juan Antonio Guterres, the Secretary General of the United Nations, we must rise higher to rescue the Sustainable Development Goals and stay true to our promise of a world of peace, dignity, and prosperity on a healthy planet. That's how far we prepared our speech. Now, what does this mean for us here, for the participants of the Youth Forum? Let Let me share with you some reflections, actually 4 reflections that I made listening to you this morning. Sometimes we have to be careful as diplomats when we share personal reflections, because we're always supposed to represent our country, the official position of Switzerland in my case. But let me try to make this a little bit more personal. So reflection number 1. Going beyond to achieve the SDGs means stepping out of the comfort zone. We heard a very interesting keynote this morning from Jade Hameister. I don't think stepping out of the comfort zone not really have to be traveling to the North Pole, but I think all of us have opportunities to step out of our comfort zone every day. For me, the opportunity to step out of the comfort zone and to leave my office at the ministry in Bern was to come here and to not exactly know what to expect and to try to respond to your point. So for me, this was the stepping out of the comfort zone of the day. When was the last time that you stepped out of your comfort zone? How did it feel? I have to say, for me, it actually feels quite good. Reflection number 2. Listening to you makes it obvious. Achieving the Sustainable Development Goals is a common achievement, is a joint endeavor. It needs action on the governmental level, which is what I represent. It needs action on the international, multinational level, on the local level. It needs action outside of the government, in science, in education, in civil society, in businesses. And I think all of us are somehow part of this joint endeavor. We all have individual opportunities to make a difference, and I encourage you to continue to look for opportunities to make a difference on a daily basis. Third reflection, as a society, we also need to go beyond by internationally engaging with different cultures and with different perspectives. You have the opportunity here to be in a very international setting. I, as a diplomat, find it very fruitful and inspiring to work with people from other cultures, from other perspectives. The Agenda 2030 cannot be implemented in every place the same way as it is implemented in Switzerland. We can learn from Bangladesh, we can learn from China, we can learn from many other countries, and I think we need this openness, and you demonstrate this openness here also by engaging with people, students from other cultures. Very important. And finally, the 4th reflection, we need young people to make themselves heard. Not only in politics, we have national parliamentary sessions where you can get engaged, but also in international organizations. That's something we haven't talked about so much today, but the United Nations framework offers a lot of opportunity for young people to also become active. Currently, there's this our common agenda that is developed towards the Summit for the Future in 2024, and one of the 2 main pillars of this common agenda that the UN framework would like to develop is to give the youth a stronger voice. There's a UN Youth Office that is helping countries to mobilize also more young people to engage in UN projects. Switzerland, I mentioned the Voluntary National Review. We presented it in New York last July, and we actually had a representative of a youth organization with us in the delegation because we wanted to have this perspective in there. So it's maybe something that you haven't considered engaging on an international level. So in a nutshell, to sum up, to summarize my conclusion, in order to achieve the goals that we have set, the very ambitious goals of the Agenda 2030, in order to accelerate its implementation, we need to go beyond. We need to go beyond by stepping out of our comfort zone, by working together across different layers of government, across private sector, science, education, and civil society. We need to go beyond by learning from different cultures and perspectives. We need to listen to the youth, both in politics and on the international and in international relations. I would like to thank you again for inviting me. I hope I was able to reflect on some of the points that you have passionately presented and discussed today. And I also would like to congratulate you on behalf of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs for having launched this initiative and having succeeded in bringing it so far. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Charlie Beeks, and I'm an 11th grade student here at ISL and a proud member of the YFS Student Experience Team. I would like to take this opportunity to thank Mr. Voiby for his insightful and inspiring words. I'm sure that everyone will be able to take something away from his address. Before I go on, I do need to bring your attention to some housekeeping matters. Firstly, at the end of this session, we would greatly appreciate it if you could please assist us with the cleanup of the gym by stacking chairs in stacks of 10 at your right-hand side, where there'll be people there to assist you. Secondly, if you would like to keep your YFS badge, you may do so, but please return the lanyards to the boxes at the doors, as we would like to reuse them next year. Additionally, I would like to ask all members of the YFS team and the speakers to come to the stage for a photo after the closing ceremony. Finally, I would like to give a huge shout out to the lead organizer behind YFS 2023, whose unending support and care has allowed this event to be possible. Please join me in giving a warm round of applause for Mr. Fabio Perron. I would like to introduce Camilla Russo, who will give our youth closing address. Camilla is one of 3 students in 2017 went to Davos at the Open Forum. I was inspired to create an event here at ISL to give youth a voice in the issues that matter to them. 6 years later, we are all here in no small part due to Camilla and her friends Willamine and Aurora's efforts. Please join me in welcoming Camilla to the stage.
Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you're all feeling energized, hopefully, after today. My name is Camilla, and I was one of the lead student organizers of the first Youth Forum. Then, throughout my master's degree, I was a youth ambassador to Wilton Park, which is an international security think tank, and I'm now a full-time legal analyst. But really, I'm just here to talk a bit about the backstory behind YFS. So in 2017, as a small group of teachers and students, we took a trip to Davos to attend some open forum sessions. And on our way there, I decided to reach out to Cynthia Castro, who was a speaker at the World Economic Forum that year. Cynthia's work focuses on increasing gender equality, and she was actually nominated by Forbes in 2018 as one of the most influential women in Central America. Now, she actually replied to me, and we ended up meeting, and she shared with me her story. And I left that conversation feeling so inspired by her work as a Latin woman in business. And as we were going back, we thought, well, but how great would it be if we could bring her to ISL as a speaker? And then we thought about bringing 2 speakers, and then there were 3 speakers, and then the next thing you know, the first Youth Forum Switzerland was held with 30 world-class speakers attending. We also returned to Davos that year, to the Open Forum, only this time to talk about YFS. I then graduated in 2018, so it is such an honour for me to be back here for the 6th annual forum. And it has also been the greatest pleasure just to see YFS grow as a team with more students and schools getting involved and reaching out to speakers whose work is just so diverse and so inspiring. I'm also incredibly proud of how YFS has been developing throughout the years, including sustainability projects and impact labs, and really coupling important conversations with actionable steps. In those open forum sessions, we were, by far, the only youth in the room. There was, and there continues to be, a need for platforms and for opportunities for youth inclusion in global conversations. So YFS really is the result of a recognized need. YFS is the result of an idea and of a very committed group of students and teachers who keep pushing those boundaries, creating opportunities for inclusion and interaction. I would like to thank every single one of you for being here today. Also, from the bottom of my heart, a big thank you to the YFS team who has been working so incredibly hard. And also, of course, a big thank you to all of the speakers. Your openness to engage with younger generations is really empowering. Overall, I hope that you have enjoyed the forum and that you're leaving feeling motivated and like you've learned something and maybe inspired by the conversations that you've heard and that you've been a part of. Even if it might not feel like it, your age does not define the worthiness of what you have to say. Your thoughts, your ideas, your opinions, they matter, they are valid, and they are a lot more powerful than you might be led to believe. Thank you.